never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA News, I'm Ryan Daniels. At least 17 people dead as a wild storm pummels California with record rain and flooding. Millions are under flood warnings across the state. Meteorologist Ted Schlepfer says the San Francisco Bay Area was wet, but the western slope of the Sierra Nevada was wetter, a lot wetter.
There's many areas, especially in the higher terrain, that have seen over 30 inches of rainfall since this event started in the day after Christmas.
Forecasters say they do expect a short break from all the rain on Thursday, but say another system will move onshore by the weekend. More information being released into what caused all the air traffic to come to a halt early this Wednesday.
A corrupted file is being blamed for shutting down an FAA computer program which sends vital information to pilots and air traffic controllers. That system outage caused a complete ground stoppage of all domestic flight departures early Wednesday morning.
We need to understand why, with all of that redundancy, it still rose to the level that there had to be a ground stop lasting about an hour and a half.
Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg says there's no evidence this was a cyber attack. I'm John Schaefer.
Republicans leading the U.S. House filing articles of impeachment against Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas over the crisis at the border. Congressman Tony Gonzalez says it takes more than impeachment to bring the necessary change.
Not just beat them up over the head, but force them to sit down and have a conversation.
The House also approving the so-called Born Alive abortion bill. The legislation would require health care providers to try to preserve the life of an infant in the rare case a baby is born alive during or after an attempted abortion. The measure is expected to die in the Democratic-led U.S. Senate. New reporting shows the top cop killer in the U.S. is still COVID. The disease remains the leading cause of law enforcement deaths for the third year in a row. This is USA News.
With PatriotSoftware.com, accounting and payroll, keep your time and money.
Mike Capel here, serial entrepreneur. Let's make sure your current payroll provider isn't overcharging you, shall we? First, go to your payroll provider's website to see what you're currently paying. Oh, what's that? You can't clearly see your pricing because your vendor is running a temporary sale or making you call for a free quote? That's unfortunate. If you go to PatriotSoftware.com, you will instantly see our payroll pricing for companies with 1 to 100 employees. Well, there you go. At least now you know what you should be paying for payroll. Go to PatriotSoftware.com. Use promo code RADIO and get 2 months of payroll processing free. That's PatriotSoftware.com.
With PatriotSoftware.com, accounting and payroll, keep your time and money.
A new report says aides to President Biden have found a second batch of classified material at a new location. This comes after the White House acknowledged Monday a small number of classified documents were found at an office Biden used after leaving the Obama administration. NBC News reports the additional documents have now been found in a separate location. Biden aides have been searching for classified materials that may be in other areas after the initial batch was found just before the midterm elections at a Washington think tank. Moderna is going to release a new shot that will help those who are suffering from heart failure.
CEO Stefan Bancel tells Sky News it's a really exciting development.
We have now in the clinic a super exciting program when we inject mRNA in people's heart after heart attack to grow back new blood vessels to help revascularize the heart. So it's a bit like science fiction medicine.
One of the many complaints of Moderna's coronavirus vaccine that in rare cases, it can cause a higher risk of heart inflammation than other shots. I'm Tyler Kuehl.
Overseas fighters set to gain expert missile defense training at an American military facility. Ukrainian troops will be training to use Patriot missile defense systems at Fort Sill, Oklahoma, as soon as next week. It comes after President Biden promised to send a Patriot system to Ukraine in an effort to help defend against constant Russian missile attacks. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
If you're a diabetic, we have great news. You can end the painful finger sticks with a new CGM. Plus, they may be covered by Medicare, Medicaid, or private insurance. If you test and inject daily, you may qualify. Call US Med now to learn more.
800-471-7065. 800-471-7065. 800-471-7065. That's 800-471-7065.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with a dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we're really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know, it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, and whether rain or sleet or even snow, it don't matter if we're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Summers Show. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
Alrighty then, that's the way we do it as we get it started here on a, Thursday. You made it over the hump, right? Hump day, we'll close it out time zone to time zone and turn the page on the calendar, which will be the 12th day of January. There you go. Yeah, first things first, thank you. Thank you so much for all the congratulations. And hundreds and hundreds of folks saying congratulations via social media, the Facebook post for our second anniversary show. Had a good show last night. Things go so much smoother when you have a lot of folks calling in just to say hi, you know. That's the way I like it. And right out of the box, Kim says, again, one of the first on board via Facebook, congratulations, Steve, on your anniversary. Heatwave as well. Morning, everybody. It's still good evening here where I'm at, technically. So it's still the second anniversary of Steve So happy radio/internet anniversary. Yeehaw. Thank you, Heatwave. So it's another day, and we move ahead. I actually begin looking forward toward the weekend. It'll be here before you know it. How about travelers' weather around the country? Not a whole lot on the map as far as advisories tonight. Foggy conditions. A lot of fog in the Ohio Valley, parts of the Midwest. There's some dense fog advisories through the heart of Illinois, central and eastern Illinois, a good chunk of Indiana and southernmost reaches of Michigan, as well as northwest Ohio. Dense fog advisories. There will be fog, not quite as thick, all the way down to the down toward the Indiana-Kentucky line. It's kind of foggy outside the secret bunker at this hour, as a matter of fact. That could thicken up. Some areas will see visibility less than a quarter mile. In the areas I just mentioned, you may encounter some windy conditions, wind advisories. About the southern two-thirds of Alabama has wind advisories. Back into the south central states, northern and central Texas, a good chunk of Oklahoma, on into south central and southeastern Kansas, wind advisories. As it's actually our cross-country storm, our frontals, the same system that brought all the incredible, the latest addition of flooding rains to California, kind of becoming the cross-country storm. It is bringing some showers and thunderstorms, nothing reaching severe levels at this hour. We got some rain in north-central Arkansas, a batch of thunder showers up into northwest Arkansas, spotty showers in parts of Missouri. It's not a whole lot of aerial coverage. The colder temperatures are coming in, though, because we've got some light snow stretching from about Cheyenne there in southeastern Wyoming through northeastern portions of Colorado. Some snow showers now in western and north-central Kansas. It's not going to amount to much. Most areas just a dusting to less than an inch in most cases there. We don't even have any winter weather advisories, so just watch the bridges and overpasses would be the best suggestion. But as this storm continues, it will be bringing some disruptions to parts of the Midwest and the interior Northeast before we close out the work week here. With snow in the Northeast likely to be limited to the central Appalachians and northern New England through much of next week. The snow drought will actually continue along that I-95 corridor. New York City has gone now 307 days since they have received any measurable snow. That's one of the longest snow droughts on record. The current record actually stands at 332 days that was set just a couple of years ago, back in 2020. Further to the west and north, though, wintry travel will be unfolding in the short term. Just enough snow and maybe a wintry mix for some slippery roads from parts of northern Pennsylvania and New York State up into northern and central New England from late tonight into Thursday morning. The track of this storm is going to be kind of limited. Cold air is going to be a rather narrow zone, maybe 1 to 3 inches of snow. With breaks from Kansas Wednesday night to southeastern Michigan and northern Ohio on Thursday night. In much of that swath, though, the storm begins as rain before making that transition to snow. Accumulating snow probably going to stay to the northwest of St. Louis there. As I mentioned, a little bit of snow falling in those regions as we speak tonight. As the storm pushes to eastern Canada, we could see some lake effect snow become intertwined with the trailing jet stream that could lead to some bands of maybe moderate snow, especially there in northeast Ohio, northwestern Pennsylvania, and western New York. Thursday night into Friday, so 24 hours from now, the picture may be a bit different. Snow showers could make some roads a bit slippery around Chicago and Indianapolis Thursday night into Friday morning. At that same time, snow showers will extend well to the south, into portions of eastern Kentucky, the mountains there in eastern Tennessee, and western portions of North Carolina. Again, it's not going to be a big snowmaker. In most situations, you'll see a drop in visibility. Some slushy conditions may arise, so that could cause the risk of pileup conditions on some of the highways. Some of the major interstates will be affected. Accumulations in part of Ohio, the Tennessee Valley is generally just a coating or less, so not much. But the higher ground in the Appalachians, we'll see 1 to 3 inches may occur there. A few of the high spots in West Virginia might actually potentially approach 6 inches of snow. Of this push of colder air from the end of the week into the weekend, nothing unusual. I mean, we are approaching mid-January. Some locations in the central and eastern states, you'll see a big drop, though, in those temperatures, 15 to 25 degree difference from one day to the next. Now, as I look outside the secret bunker right now, we're in the upper 40s at this hour, unusually warm for this time of year, close to 50 degrees. I believe the forecast is 58 for a high temperature Thursday before that cold air begins to come rushing in to our area. After those milder temperatures along the Atlantic seaboard, I mean, temperatures in the 40s, 50s, even some 60s from Thursday into Friday. As we get into the weekend, Saturday and Sunday, highs will then range from the 20s in Maine to 40s about New York City, maybe just a high of 50, say in Charlotte, North Carolina. So this mild interlude that precedes the storm this week with the snow in the Midwest and some severe weather in the South may be an opportunity. Hey, take advantage of these warmer temperatures. I took advantage right there over the New Year's weekend, where we also had highs in the 60-degree range to get the lights off the house, the Christmas lights and the yard decorations. If you haven't got those down, probably this is going to be the last really warm opportunity. For those who love the snow in the Northeast and haven't really seen any accumulation this season, there could be some optimism in the coming weeks. The long-term patterns are depicting toward the latter part of January into early February here. Colder air begins to expand with more staying power coming out of Canada into the central and eastern states. So storms may begin to track in a way that allows opportunities, finally, for some accumulating snow along the I-95 corridor there in the Northeast, and perhaps even maybe in the interior southeastern USA. But unusual, I'm not going to complain. I mean, with each passing day in the month of January and February, you're one day closer to spring. And once I get through Christmas, I'm already ready for spring, right? All right, who we have? Checking in here. James. Mr. Bradford, good morning. Oh, looks like Biden has more classified documents while not in office. Yes, indeed, the plot does thicken. And this was at a different location. Interesting how they have not told us yet when these particular documents were found. Remember earlier this week, the first cache of documents that they announced were actually discovered back in November, even prior to the midterm elections. But we didn't hear about it till this week. Maybe we'll get more detail on when this other set. And they're saying it's a limited number. They didn't give a number. I believe the first set they announced earlier this week was like a dozen pages, something like that. Saying, oh, just a few pages. Does that really matter? All right, 47 in Harrison, Ohio. No flight for you, right? Hammer down and be safe. Wait, second batch of classified documents? Uh-oh, oopsie. Yeah, we'll tell you what we have in regards to that coming up here. But yeah, like I said, the plot thickens. No flight for you. What a mess as far as air travel this past day. Now, I heard in the news break, they say at this point they're not seeing any signs of any sort of like a terror attack or a cyber attack, that sort of thing. What's interesting to me, though, is the headline. Drudge has a headline that said Canada actually suffered the same outage. Now, what are the odds for the U.S.? I mean, an entire ground stop, all flights. That's the first time that's happened since September 11 of 2001, which a day I remember well. Airlines delaying or canceling more than 10,000 flights this past day. A pilot alerting system, a failure in the system, prompting the FAA to halt all departures nationwide. And they say it lasted about 90 minutes, so it could have been worse. FlightAware, the aviation tracking website, said airlines had delayed 8,780 flights, and they'd canceled 1,274 flights as of 4 o'clock this past afternoon, as they're continuing to try and dig out from that ground stop that was ultimately lifted, I guess, a little after 9 o'clock this past morning. What a crazy day. Not a whole lot of details. They say about 6:30 Eastern time. Yeah, that's when it all began. Most of the delays were concentrated initially along the East Coast, but things began spreading to the west. Inbound international flights into Miami International continued to land, but all departures had been halted starting about 6:30 in the morning. Ultimately, passengers outside the country were also left stranded as they awaited further news on the travel interruption, mass cancellations, planes setting on tarmacs, as clearance was initially held back for inbound U.S. flights. The Federal Aviation Administration issued an update via social media as the problem continued to develop. They issued a notice on their website that the system had failed. System failure Wednesday morning. Yeah, the system, NOTAM, N-O-T-A-M, a notice containing information essential to workers that are involved in flight operations. So technicians were working fast and furious to restore the system. But yeah, crazy day for air travelers around the country. Our number, 844-844-3388, as we get, well, day number 1 as we head into year number 3 of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's everyday diesel treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, lots of goodies to update you on here as we make our way into a Thursday. There you go. Welcome back. Who else checks in here? Sandy. Good morning. Good to have you on board. Joe Self. Morning, Steve, and all the Overnight Drive listeners. A little bit of light rain. 37 degrees here in Winchester, Virginia tonight. Everybody have a good night. There's Roy checks in with 36 degrees. It feels like 32 in Northwest Illinois tonight. Marianne, good morning, Steve, and the overnight crew. Hello to the Carolina Monkey Gouger. Yeah, we have not heard from the Carolina Monkey Gouger since the start of the new year. I guess he's still at the home 20. Has he been out there duck hunting? Is that what the deal was? I think Pappy sent him a message this past day and said, hey, where you got to call in. It's the second anniversary of the show. And I guess sometime mid-morning, well after the show had ended, he responded back and said, I was out duck hunting. Okay. Lauren Wise, two-time world champion bull hauler. Good morning, Steve. 54 degrees in Wilkesboro, North Carolina tonight. A special Tar Heel shout-out to, you guessed it, the Hall of Famer Carolina Monkey Gouger from the Junior Johnson Memorial Highway tonight. Hello to Tom. Tom Spielman on board. Hello to all, he says. Tacoma, Washington checking in. There's Daniel. Good morning from Tacoma with 48 degrees. Rain tonight. Okay, Shorty. Shorty, what you got there? Joe Biden's second stash of classified files found. Stay tuned. I bet there will be more fines coming in as well. It's very. Let me just give you what we have on that because we're just a couple minutes from news break. Yeah, so the announcement, I guess the confirmation. They say they go after the discovery of those classified documents on November the 2nd, that first batch. Since that point in time, apparently aides to the president have been scouring through documents and boxes pretty much at office anywhere where Obama had, or rather Biden had worked out of, and searching for additional classified documents potentially. Since November, after that discovery, searching for any additional classified material that might be in other locations. No comment from the White House at press time, according to NBC. Now, the classification level, the number, and the exact location of these the new documents, not immediately clear. They also did not divulge when. When were those documents actually discovered? Is the search for any additional classified material actually complete at this point in time? We don't know the answers to those questions. But they do say Biden aides have been sifting through documents stored at locations beyond his former Washington office to determine if there's any other classified documents that need to be turned over to the National Archives and reviewed by the Justice Department. The search was described as exhaustive, with the goal of getting a full accounting of all classified documents that may have inadvertently been packed in boxes when Biden cleared out of the vice president's office space back in January of 2017. And again, it's just the whole irony of this after what happened in Mar-a-Lago. Josh Hawley, the senator from Missouri, tweeted out 2 words: special counsel. Oh, boy. All right, we'll get a news break here. It's 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. 3 people, including 2 children, injured after they were shot in Washington, D.C. Wednesday.
The young children appears that one child is 9 and another child is 6 years of age. Were they just coming home from school? Right. It appears that they were coming home from school.
Authorities say an altercation involving several people on a Metro bus spilled out onto the street. One of the people fired shots, hitting 2 children and an adult male. Their injuries appear to be non-life-threatening. Many Californians may now be faced with checking their insurance policies following this recent bout with heavy storms. NBC Los Angeles listed a number of situations on what could be covered or not covered depending on a plan. The Insurance Information Institute says a standard plan for your home or condo does not cover damage from a flood. Folks need a separate policy for that. Mudslides and similar events also not found on plans. Meantime, if a tree fell on your home, insurance will cover that damage. However, if it lands in your yard and your home is not hit, be prepared to open your wallet for removal.
Attention timeshare owners. Tired of the financial stress? Were you misled by the salesperson? Don't or can't use your timeshare anymore? If any of these apply to you, then you may qualify for timeshare cancellation and get the relief you need now. Timeshare Defense Attorneys is the #1 affordable fixed fee legal solution in the country with an A+ Better Business Bureau rating. That's certainly better than my grades. They even offer a 100% client satisfaction guarantee. Let one of their experienced lawyers evaluate your case and explain the process. If they take you as a client, they'll work on your case until it's resolved in your favor, guaranteed. Expect great service and a close working relationship with your lawyer, keeping you informed every step of the way, protecting your rights, interests, and even your credit. It's that simple. Even a kid like me can understand it. The consultation is free. Call today.
800-875-1853. 800-875-1853. That's 800-875-1853.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, thank you so much. Welcome back here as we're underway on Thursday. Hello to Dipsy Driver. All right, what do you got here? Sorry if this email's a little lengthy, he says. But I can't say enough good things about listening to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive and using Hot Shot Secret and Gold Eagle products. So here you go. Good morning, Steve. And as always, the best informed audience out there checking in from Stockbridge, Michigan. Yeah, I was able to find your first show, January 11 of 21, believe it or not, on the iHeart app. It took a while to scroll down, but there it was. The audio was perfect from beginning compared to YouTube. When I listened to the replay last year, maybe because no video. But anyway, I really enjoyed listening to that. Amazing how your callers knew, what may happen with the new administration coming in. They were right. Yeah, with what happened to our great country. Yeah, going back 2 years ago, yes, indeed. Maybe better days ahead, I sure hope so. This is still the greatest country in the world. No wonder millions want to live here, right? I wish they could do what my grandparents, aunts, uncles, and dad did, becoming U.S. citizens, legal U.S. citizens, arriving at Ellis Island, trying to escape the war in Europe. But great to have you on the air through Hot Shot Secret. Thank you to Chris and the crew there. Yeah, I may have misspoke yesterday. It was Kyle and Josh that got you on the air. And the boss, Chris, I believe was the first caller, followed by Firebug, and then there it was, the Lone Ranger. Anyway, have another great show as often. As always, we'll be listening either live or via the podcast. Looking forward to many years of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Thank you so much, Dipsy Driver. And one more quickly, Craig says, Steve, when you first went off the air, I remember trying to find something to listen to, so I went back to music. You're like the Rush Limbaugh of late night talk. I can't wait for your show to come on. May you have many more years on the airwaves. Well, thank you so much, Craig, Dipsy Driver, and again, all the hundreds who chimed in via social media this past day. Had a good day, right? I guess maybe not the best news. California, they need a break, right? You go from feast to famine, or vice versa. Yeah, years of talking about drought. They've got so much water, they don't know what to do right now. More rain is on the way as additional storms from the Pacific are going to reach the western U.S. in the coming days. Multiple large, powerful storms have already hit California since New Year's Eve. A disastrous start for the new year. Now, forecasters say the active pattern out west will continue, and at least another pair of storms is set to pummel the region in the coming week. These additional waves of moisture will tap into the, again, atmospheric river, bringing additional flooding risks. First storm expected to set its sights more on the northwest compared to the predecessors. The heaviest rain and mountain snow will kind of focus on Oregon, Washington, and northern California. While the wave of moisture aims for Oregon, central and southern California gets a break from the heavy rain with this round. Now, the rain already overspreading the northern portions of California this past day, and rounds of the same will persist through Friday. Widespread rain, 1 to 3 inches expected from southwestern British Columbia through western Washington, Oregon, and northern California. Several inches of rain. A few areas could receive more than 6 inches of additional rainfall. Cities like Eureka, California, Medford, Oregon, expected to get rounds of heavy rain through Friday. Some areas further south, like San Francisco and Sacramento, you'll get some rain from this storm, but both of those areas are forecast to get at least a one-day reprieve through the upcoming day. But this relentless rain will renew the risks of flooding and landslides, which could bring additional road closures. Precip expected to fall as snow in the higher elevations of the Sierra Nevada and the Cascades. The fluctuation of rain and snow could increase the avalanche danger for the higher elevations. The second storm moves into the West Coast in time for the weekend, and that one may pack a punch throughout California. More precip expected to spread across the majority of the state again on Saturday. That brings, again, more flooding risks, another round of gusty winds. That combination, after the astounding rainfall amounts that have already fallen in the state, could bring more damage to the beleaguered state, already reeling from numerous mudslides and flood impacts. Tree damage and power outages could be more extensive with how wet the ground already is. So there you go. Airline travel, probably another round of delays and cancellations at some of the major hubs, San Francisco, Los Angeles. Even airports not directly impacted by the storm may face a backlog of flights as crews and aircraft become displaced, and the ripple effects around the country, as they call it. All right, it is 844-3388. Good evening, Heatwave.
Oh, good evening, Senor. How you doing today?
Doing well. How about you?
Can't complain. And even if I did, what good would it do, you know? Oh, I'll tell you what. I heard Knucklebuster was talking about his goat TB12, and he's pretty confident they're going to dethrone the Cowboys. Well, I've got 20 Washingtons that say they don't. So I don't know if we could do that, but I'll just say put up or shut up.
Oh boy.
So just a friendly little wager there, you know, a gentleman's wager. So if he's willing, I'm willing, and if I lose, I'll just pay you the money when I see you there at the truck show, and you can give it to him later on. How about that?
Okay.
Of course, if he loses, I'm sure he's got your information. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to the truck show. I think, Dean over there in Australia, I think he's either wanting to come up or he is coming up. Sylvester, there we go.
I believe he's already. I think they said that they've made their reservations already. Yeah, I think they're all set to come over.
All right. Well, it'll be good to see everybody in person, so you can actually see just what kind of a nut the Lady Heatwave has married. And I'm sure y'all probably ask her just how drunk I got her to get her to marry a mug like me. So, anyways, I tell you what, old Biden. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I didn't say anything. I was just kind of thinking out loud. I've seen some of the photographs. How many years has Lady Heatwave let her hair grow? Has she ever cut her hair?
Yeah, she has. I've got a couple of photos from earlier in our marriage where it was probably a little bit longer in shoulder length, probably about mid back, and she's had it cut down shoulder length with the perm, and it looked really nice. But I think she just got tired of monkeying with it, so I think she had a trim about a year ago.
Okay.
So it's been a while.
I mean, some of those photos looks like she's trying to catch up with Crystal Gale.
That's what I told her as well. She's like, "Come on," you know. So, but yeah, I wouldn't doubt it. One of these years, she'll let it go to an inch before it hits the ground, and then she'll get it cut. But yeah, so I told her she might be. I don't know if you're going to be doing interviews live there at the truck show, but I said if there are, I'm sure people want to be asking her questions, and she's going to have to answer just how drunk she got when she married me. So, I'll tell you what, old Biden, man, that's a character and a half, isn't he? Saying how irresponsible it is of Trump, and then he feigns ignorance about the stash of documents that they find that he ain't even supposed to have as vice president, and unsecured for 6 years. Oh, Lordy. Well, at least Trump had video surveillance 24/7. He had a lock. They came by, what was it, the week before, took a look at it and says, "Would you mind putting this lock on there?" And he said, "Sure, not a problem." Boom. And then it come up, as a raid. Yeah, there is a two-tier system of justice in this country, one for the Democrats and then one for Republicans. I don't care if you don't like Trump or not. Facts are facts. Hillary can destroy her BlackBerries, bleach bit all that information, and feign ignorance. Like, well, what do you mean by cleaning? Is it like dusting with a rag? Did I wipe it out? She know damn well what she done.
Yes.
And then all the media, oh, well, he didn't know any better, or it's not his fault. Yeah, it is. It is. So, stop trying to whitewash it and say, he's not at fault when he clearly is. I was listening to your broadcast last night, earlier today, and I tell you what, it's just amazing, the hypocrisy going on out there right now. And all the Democrats are saying, "Oh, that's just they're just trying to get even. They're trying to make this political." And like, Senator John Kennedy from Louisiana said, the best way to throw suspicion off of you is to blame your opposition, accuse them of what you are doing yourself. So the Democrats saying, "Oh, it's just a Republican witch hunt." Well, we have seen what the Democrats have done with their witch hunt. they didn't come up with crap. And the reason why they're not pursuing anymore against Trump was because they lost the House. So, and the reason why this is coming out now is because they lost the House. So, I think what someone had said on Fox is, you know, since they found this stuff, it was going to come up to one of the oversight committees to let them know, hey, we found something. So they figured they better go ahead and come up and fess up and say, well, he didn't mean to do it. Oh, tell you what, that is absolutely aggravating is the word I guess we could use. So, anyways, so how's it feeling to be 2 years on again and talking to everybody out here, celebrating your second year?
You know, it seems like yesterday. I can't believe 2 years have already passed.
Yeah, it is. And I want to say I was in Tracy, California when you got back on, but damn, I can't remember. I cannot remember exactly where I was. I mean, there's a few things I can remember. When the Challenger blew up, I knew where I was. When Columbia blew up, I knew where I was. 9/11 happened, I knew where I was. But you, good Lord, I must have been checked out. Yeah, Knuckle Buster, there's a challenge for you, friendly wager. So other than that, it was a pretty nice day in California today when we were there. We ran into a little bit of snow from about I guess it was Flagstaff down to Kingman last night, this morning. But other than that, we really haven't seen anything in our neck of the woods, east of Flagstaff and into Albuquerque. It seems like the weather just has gone up northeast of us and missing us altogether, hitting Salt Lake and Wyoming and the Colorado mountains there, and which is good for them. But, yeah, I'd like to see a little bit of moisture too, So
I mean,
hopefully
I was thinking myself, and several have kind of questioned, with the rain that's coming in. I mean, obviously the California rain, I mean, it's all coming in further inland. Is Lake Mead and some of those other reservoirs eventually going to reap any benefits from these storms out west?
Well, I don't think Lake Mead is going to benefit from the rains hitting California because they're getting all their river, their Colorado River comes in from Colorado, which feeds Lake Mead. So, in essence, the mountain snowpack is going to help Mead go up and start burying those bodies again that they got out there in those aluminum cans or 55-gallon drums. But they said 80% of that water that has fallen in California is rushing right back out to the ocean. And they're 30 years behind on building dams to help maintain some of that water. So, yeah, it's great that that river there by the Shasta Mountain of Redding and the lakes are going to get filled up. But if you're going to have mismanagement like they've had over the last 30 years, trying to protect the silver minnow instead of trying to take care of the population, it's a squandered opportunity again. So, I mean, those folks that can't afford to leave California, I highly suggest you leave it, but leave the liberal ideas and values behind, because that's what ruins your state. And did you hear too that they were doing reparation studies there at Sacramento at the Roundhouse, and they figured on a price or a reparations payment of $200,000 for every black person that can trace their lineage back to an ancestor who was enslaved.
Big number, huh?
Did you hear?
I had not heard that.
Well,
no.
It's not good enough. they don't want to be paid $200,000 in cash. They either want to get paid in silver and gold bullion, or they want more money, and upward projections up to $1 million per black person
that can trace their lineage
it's
back.
Like, yeah, and it's like you're opening up a can of worms, because then there's all the Chinese that came over from the Orient to help build the railroads, and they were basically treated like slaves, and they got slave wages. And then the Irish, oh, what about them? I mean, they were indentured servants as well, which is what a slave is. I don't know. A can of worms is opened up, and they said it would be I don't remember how many billions of dollars, but I mean, it's like, where are you going to be getting the money from? So, they're not happy with $200,000. They want more. Well, hell, anybody would want more if you're going to be given that astronomical amount.
Yeah, if you're writing checks, go ahead. Yeah, I'll just give me a blank check. I'll fill in the numbers. Thank you so much, Heat Wave. All right, we did a quick search there, and the Salt Lake Tribune, kind of an answer to my own question, which says the snow keeps falling across Utah, which will benefit beleaguered waters like the Great Salt Lake and Lake Powell. Too soon to say how much of a difference it'll make. Snowpack is well above average in watersheds across the state, according to the latest data from the Natural Resources Service. The southeastern Utah basin is an astounding 190% above normal for this time of year. Other drainages that feed the Colorado River are close behind. All that snow has done little to lift Lake Powell's elevation to date, which right now sits at about a quarter of its capacity, around 30 feet above the point where it would no longer be able to generate hydropower. But there are reasons to be optimistic. There's not a better script that we could have written for the first half of this winter, according to the Utah Climate Center at Utah State University. Further upstream, snowpack at the Colorado River's headwaters also looking healthy, according to the Denver Post. Now, that doesn't mean Utah folks can get lax about cutting back on consumption, or that the state's water woes will be solved this winter. Now, this is more of a marathon. It's not a race. Conservation going forward, no matter what the year looks like, is going to have to be on the mind of everybody. Pretty much what Heatwave was saying. Runoff season typically starts in late April, early May. Anything can happen between now and then. Yeah, the snow might just keep coming, or the storms could turn lackluster, but at least there's a good chance the snow currently stored in Utah's mountains will eventually flow to the parched reservoirs and the Great Salt Lake. That's one of the real benefits of the summer monsoons and the fall weather we had in 2022. It kind of set the stage for an efficient spring runoff. That's because the soils are not parched like they've been in past years, which means the snowmelt won't get sucked up to the ground before it reaches the streams. Looking back at 2020, for example, the upper Colorado River Basin saw above average snowpack, but the inflow to Lake Powell was only about 50% of normal because of the dry soil that absorbed all that runoff like a sponge. Now, recent forecasts for the upper Colorado River Basin are encouraging. Unfortunately, a healthy snowpack doesn't necessarily translate to an increase in flows to Lake Powell. One single winter's not going to make that massive reservoir recover or solve all the tensions between the states that rely on the Colorado River. We're going to need a couple of years of these kind of conditions. There's no historical precedent in Utah for the kind of winter the big reservoirs like Lake Powell would need to rebound in a single season. But at least there's reason to be optimistic there. That's good. Lake Mead, that's a different story. But meanwhile, we roll toward news break time here. We'll get some of the industry headlines coming up here. Current diesel prices. It's kind of like it's been a seesaw, up and down, up and down. Latest numbers from the Energy Information Administration we'll get to coming up here. And, of course, lines available at 844-3388. Good to have you on board as we roll into a Thursday morning, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
At Hot Shot Secret, we listen to our customers. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm Nathan from Ellisville, Mississippi, and I drive a 2017 Ford F-350 Power Stroke. I've been using Hot Shot Secret EDT every tank for almost 3 years, and I've seen about 1.5 to 2 miles per gallon increase in fuel mileage.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook. Hey there, listening friends. I want to remind you, don't forget you can get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by simply using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
USA News. I'm Ryan Daniels. Articles of impeachment filed against the Secretary of Homeland Security, alleging that he's botched enforcement at the border. Congressman Tony Gonzalez says that's a tough hill to climb.
My philosophy has been to run to the fire and force the administration to engage with us.
Also today in the House, GOP lawmakers passed the Born Alive abortion bill. However, the measure expected to be stopped in the largely Democratic-controlled U.S. Senate. Republican House Speaker Kevin McCarthy will not call on New York Congressman George Santos to resign for fabricating key parts of his resume and background.
The one thing I think, it's the voters who made that decision. He has to answer to the voters, and the voters can make another decision in 2 years.
The White House insisting President Biden takes classified documents and info seriously.
During a press briefing on Wednesday, White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre said Biden was surprised to learn any records had been found there, and he doesn't know what's in them.
So there's no way for me to talk about the documents if he has said he doesn't know what's in them.
Jean-Pierre also said the president's lawyers did the right thing by immediately turning over classified materials found at an office formerly used by Biden. I'm Tyler Kuehl.
A corrupted file at the root of today's problems at the FAA. Planes are back in the air across the country, but investigators say they believe a computer error was to blame for a system outage Wednesday morning. that left a lot of aircraft on the ground. Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg says there is no indication it was a cyber attack.
As you might imagine, a critical system like this has a lot of redundancy built into it with backups. So we need to understand why, with all of that redundancy, it still rose to the level that there had to be a ground stop lasting about an hour and a half.
Aviation experts say it could take the rest of Wednesday and all of Thursday for airlines and airports to catch up. This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
Storms will continue through the weekend in California, and the totals so far are historic. Meteorologist Ted Schlepfer says in San Francisco, the 15-day total ending January 9th is the 3rd highest in the city's history.
And it's actually been 150 years for the previous 15-day rainiest period, so this is fairly unprecedented.
There will be a break Thursday before more systems move onshore this weekend. College Football Hall of Famer and former USC running back Charles White is dead at the age of 64. The school made the announcement Wednesday. White won a national title with the Trojans in 1978 and the Heisman Trophy as college football's most outstanding player in 1979. He remains the program's all-time rushing leader. White played 8 NFL seasons and was a Pro Bowler with the Los Angeles Rams in 1987. English rock legend Jeff Beck has died at the age of 78.
Beck rose to prominence in the 1960s in the group The Yardbirds, but Beck didn't seem too thrilled to be reunited with his old group when they were inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame in 1993.
Yeah, anyway, somebody told me I should be proud tonight.
I'm John Schaefer.
The NFL creating suspense for fans for sure. The league said this season saw the lowest average final score margin in 90 years. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
EDT Plus Winter Defense is scientifically proven to prevent fuel gelling and icing, reduce the fuel line freeze-ups down to minus 40 degrees Fahrenheit, improve cold starts, increase diesel fuel lubricity, and increase cetane for more power and better fuel economy. Improve performance and protect your truck from failure in cold temperatures with Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense.
Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Now, the old adage, how do you stop a bad guy with a gun? I guess the answer would be, well, you have a good guy with a gun. That was the case in North Georgia this week. Police arresting a North Georgia couple. They say they tried to rob a gas station clerk before other customers intervened. L.J. police and Gilbert County deputies received a call Monday night about an attempted robbery at the Ideal Mart. Police said 39-year-old Sean Sutton pretended to be a customer while his wife waited in the car. Sean wrapped a pair of women's underwear around his neck and face, pulled a gun on the store clerk demanding money. This caught the attention of two customers who were in the food mart at the time. First customer pulled his gun out to stop the robbery attempt, while the second ran out to his car to get his gun. According to police, as Sutton tried to escape, police said a third customer who was armed came to help as well. The first customer noticed that Sutton was disarmed and told the other two not to shoot him. All the customers had legal permits for their guns. Police arrived on the scene and tried to take Sutton into custody. However, officers said he became unruly, ignored their commands to stop. That's when one of the officers used their stun gun. Sutton now facing charges of armed robbery, aggravated assault, and possession of a firearm by a convicted felon. Officers found Melody inside the car on the side of the store. She faces charges of armed robbery, intimidation, and taking control of a substance. Okay. Well, the good guys stopped the bad guy in this particular case. Good morning to Steve in Florida. Hey there, what's happening?
Hey, Steve, good morning. Happy anniversary to you, buddy.
Thank you, thank you.
Didn't get a chance to call in last night. People got to be aware, Steve, that you got to be careful about that when you pull a gun out on somebody. Unless your life is threatened, and you can ask Pappy about this. And I've read numerous stories about it where somebody goes into a store, pulls a gun, and somebody pulls a gun on him and shoots that guy. I think it happened not too long ago.
I think you're
in a
right.
Walmart.
There was, I think there was a case over the past week where a guy came in with a gun at a restaurant somewhere and was demanding money from the customers, and one of the patrons that was eating pulled out a gun, shot him, I believe, and returned the money. Now he's possibly facing charges.
There you go. And people do get put away for murder for that, Steve, because unless your life is threatened, now if that guy points the gun at you, different story. You can take him down. But you got to be careful about that kind of stuff. You want to try and, it's hard to say it, but you got to try to stay neutral and calm, and, you really, it's hard to get involved in something like that. You want to try to avoid it at all costs. There's many articles about that from the National Gun Association.
Mm-hmm.
So, but reason I'm calling, Steve, isn't it kind of funny? We talked about those documents being found on November 2nd before the midterms, and they never said a word about it. Mum's the word. And then 2 weeks later, they issue subpoenas for a raid on Mar-a-Lago, after the midterms. And I'll tell you, Steve, in my opinion, I do not believe that was about classified documents, that raid. I think that raid was put up by the January 6th committee to try to find some more evidence on Trump before they got out of there. I don't believe it had anything to do with trying to find anything to do with classified documents. That's just my opinion. I believe.
Mm-hmm.
But, the thing is, Steve, we talked about this. First of all, the vice president, secretary, whoever it is, chief of staff, I'm sure they've all taken records out of there, classified, declassified, whatever it is. They've all taken stuff. But the thing is, the difference between Trump and Biden, and I think Pappy talked about this last night, and I think I brought it up a couple of nights ago, he cannot declassify documents. He doesn't have the authority. So if he had them in his possession, he violated the law, Steve. He violated the law, and he should be held accountable. But I don't know if you heard his spokes idiot today just dance around and dance around and dance around the subject. She wouldn't answer Peter Doocy's questions. She wouldn't answer any reporter's questions, truthfully and honestly. about what's going on with this. And you remember when Biden ridiculed President Trump?
Oh yeah.
When he how irresponsible that is. I take this very seriously and all that crap. She was asked about that. She didn't answer it. All she keeps doing is telling people, telling these reporters, well, the DOJ is not investigating it, but reviewing it. It's just all a bunch of crap, Steve. And it's just one thing after another with this guy. And I wonder how many other places there's documents. And the other thing, that building that those documents were in were funded by Chinese money. You knew that, right, Steve?
Yeah, I've seen that. Now, supposedly that Penn University or wherever it was, they're trying to deny that they received, it was supposedly $54 million of Chinese funding, but so I guess there's a question mark there, but...
Yeah, well, the thing is, what strikes me is, if there's documents in there on Ukraine or Iran or whatever, American secrets, if the Chinese were funding that building, they probably had access to the building.
Correct.
And God only knows what they saw, what they looked at. If they had, look at the spies that are in this country, Steve. We had a congressman sleep with one, and thank God that they're getting rid of him and they're getting rid of Adam Schiff. Did you hear about that?
Yeah, off the committees. That's correct.
Yes, sir. They're stripping them. So there is a little reparations there, Steve, for the Congress, which is a good thing. I'm so glad to see those guys gone. They're nothing but corrupt crooks. But you heard about the FAA blunder today, right, Steve? This morning.
Oh, yeah.
Yesterday morning.
The shutdown of air traffic. Yeah, unreal.
Yep. So that system, which I think I sent you an article about it called NOTAM, NOTAM, which means Notice to Airmen, is what it used to be called. Okay, and what it is, it's a screen inside the cockpit that gives pilots information on turbulence. If there's somebody in the area real close, it's like a text messaging system that gives them advanced warnings on stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Say there's people parachuting around, they let them know about that. So it's instant text messaging is what it is. And that thing went out. But here's the deal, Steve. Back in December of 2021, the Biden administration announced that they were going to do an overhaul on that system, because that system was actually invented in 1947 after World War II, and it was put in the planes. So it's an old system. It's been around for a long time. It has been updated and to a certain extent, but they said they were going to overhaul it. Do you know what the overhaul was, Steve?
What's that?
They changed the name.
Okay.
They changed the name from Airmen to Air Mission for diversity, equity, and inclusion. That was what they changed, Steve. That was their upgrade, their major overhaul. You can check it out. It's on the internet. But I wonder how many taxpayer dollars how much we had to pay to the FAA to change the name of NOTAM. It's just hilarious. It really is. But speaking of taxes, you know who Representative Buddy Carter is, Steve, in Congress?
Not
you heard
really.
You heard of him?
Doesn't ring a bell.
He's my representative down here in Camden County, Georgia.
Okay.
And really good guy. And he just filed a resolution. It's going to die in the Senate, called the Fair Tax Act.
Right.
You've probably heard about that. Flat tax.
Yep.
Yeah, Ross Perot ran on that back in '88, I believe, against George Bush.
Yeah, basically a consumption tax. So you'd pretty much you'd get no more payroll tax deductions. You'd get your income, and then you just pay more for everything. I don't know what the percentage would be, but it's just a tax on what you purchase, right?
Yes, sir. Consumption tax. So you pay. You go to the grocery store. You're going to pay 10 to 12% in federal tax on your groceries. You buy a car, same thing. Whatever you buy, it's a consumption tax.
Right.
So if you don't buy anything, you don't pay anything. And it does make a lot of sense, and it would be fair to all Americans. People wouldn't be able to cheat on their taxes. You just pay your tax on what you buy, and the government would actually make a lot more money at it. So Buddy Carter put the resolution in yesterday. There was about a handful of other Republicans that co-sponsored the bill. But like I said, it'll die in the Senate. It's not going to go anywhere. But it's pretty much a symbolic deal. And who knows if maybe in 2 years we take control of the Senate. That when and if it can go through, because Steve, it would not only abolish the 87,000 agents, it would abolish the IRS totally. It would be a plus. But if you listen to the Democrats, it's a bad thing for middle America to get rid of the IRS. That's bad. It's just.
Well, I guess the idea of that it would be bad for what? For those, because there's isn't it like 40%, something, the lower, the 40% that actually don't pay any tax, when the end of the year with all the deductions and whatnot, based on their income level, they don't pay anything. So they would have to start paying something, I guess.
Well, that's the whole point of it, Steve. The government would make a lot more money off of this. They really would. But the thing is, here's the one thing: they wouldn't be able to keep track of us anymore through the Internal Revenue Service. So they've been trying to push this thing a long time. They could have done it, back in 2016 when Paul Ryan was in there, but we all know what he was. When we had control of the House and the Senate. But and then did you see the other story, Steve, where the new governor of Arizona, what's her name, Hobbs?
Yeah, 40 million to send illegals to school, right?
Steve, she's going to strap if anybody lives in Arizona, pay attention. She is going to strap the Arizona taxpayers with $40 million more in debt that the property taxes are going to have to pay for that to send all these illegal immigrants to college. Yes, sir. You just can't make this stuff up. Anyway, that's about all I got for tonight, Steve. I appreciate taking my call, buddy.
All right, yeah. What's she calling it? The Promise for the Dreamers Scholarship Program. Katie Hobbs, an Arizona governor, Democrat, by the way, proposing a state-funded scholarship program, $40 million in taxpayer money to help illegal aliens attend state universities and colleges. In her inaugural address, Hobbs vowed to expand the Arizona Promise Scholarship Program, which helps low-income students pay tuition and fees to attend universities, while creating the, as I mentioned, Promise for Dreamers Scholarship Program that will cover all students regardless of immigration status who attend a public university. In effect, this initiative would spend $40 million to help illegal aliens into limited spots at state universities and colleges. An estimated 2,000 illegal aliens would benefit from this initiative every school year. This after Arizona voters approved a Republican-led law that gives in-state tuition to illegal aliens. The vote reversed a ban on in-state tuition for illegals that was imposed back in 2006. For American students in Arizona, the cost to attend college is immensely expensive. Average in-state tuition's about $4,500, but that figure goes up to more than $20,000 when books, supplies, and room and board are added on. Graduate degrees programs in Arizona are even more costly for American students. In-state cost average more than $27,000. It is 844-844-3388. Yes, you can't make this stuff up, as Steve said. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Yes, indeed, that is our number. And the other item Steve mentioned there, Kevin McCarthy confirming this past day he will remove 3 high-profile Democrats from committees in the new Congress. McCarthy plans to boot Adam Schiff of California, Eric Swalwell of California from the House Intelligence Committee, and Ilhan Omar of Minnesota from the House Foreign Affairs Committee. Kind of a payback for Democrats ousting Republicans from panels, as you recall. Democrats stripped Representatives Paul Gosar of Arizona, Marjorie Taylor Greene of Georgia, and their committee assignments in the last Congress. McCarthy confirms Swalwell, Schiff, and Omar will be off committees that they had previously served. Intel, Foreign Affairs. Swalwell can't get a security clearance in the private sector. I'm not going to give him a government security clearance. Schiff, of course, lied to the American public repeatedly. McCarthy a year ago said he would block Omar, Schiff, Swalwell, and other Democrats from serving on committees should Republicans win the House in the midterms. The Democrats have created a new thing where they're picking and choosing who can be on committees. Never in the history of Congress have you had the majority tell the minority who can be on committee. But this new standard, which the Democrats voted for, if Swalwell can't get a security clearance in the private sector, there's no reason why he should be given one to be on the Intel or Homeland Security Committee. He'll not be serving there. So, of course, Adam Schiff, he lied and lied and lied to the American people day in and day out during the impeachment hearings of Donald Trump. All right, 25 past the hour. I believe Eagle. Is that Eagle on board this morning? What's happening? Oh, you weren't there that long, but I believe he dozed off. That's never happened before, has it? I'm looking at the clock. So we got about 2 minutes before we hit news break. It looks like who we got? Grump will be checking in here. Got you coming up after the break. 5-7 on board. And lines available at 844-844-3388. It was a mess in Wisconsin this past morning. 24 hours ago, we were talking about a little disturbance, a little bit of snow, not a big snowmaker, but it doesn't take much to make the road slick, right? Moving through parts of Minnesota and over into Wisconsin. Transportation officials actually had to close a portion of I-94 after multiple crashes, including a pileup involving numerous semi-trucks. Wednesday morning, officials shut down 94 between Tomah and Warrens, Wisconsin. Again, crashes, hazardous driving conditions. Images from the DOT cameras showing several semis involved in a pileup in near Warrens on I-94. No firm numbers on how many vehicles were involved. The Monroe County Sheriff's Office had warned drivers about winter weather hazards Wednesday morning, saying use extreme caution if you have to travel. Some roadways in the county are ice-covered. We are receiving many reports of crashes or drivers unable to get up hills. 94 had been shut down from the 143-mile marker to the 128-mile marker due to the sheer number of crashes in the area. All right, Energy Information Administration numbers up and down, up and down. According to the EIA, the average price for a gallon of diesel now sits at $4.54 per gallon, $4.54, down from $4.58 on the January 2nd update. The January 9th pump rate still up slightly higher than the December 26th price. But that January 2nd increase actually prevented 7 straight weeks of decline. Looking back over the past year, prices are still up about $1 per gallon. All right. Meanwhile, benchmark U.S. crude for February delivery up 49 cents at $75.12 a barrel on Tuesday. Brent crude from March delivery up 45 cents at $80 per barrel. Some of the numbers from the Energy Information Administration. And we return following a news break. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. NBC News reporting that aides to President Biden have found at least one additional batch of classified documents. These materials found in a different location than the ones found in the office last November. A computer error being blamed for an FAA system outage this morning that left a lot of aircraft on the tarmac. Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg says there is no indication it was a cyber attack.
As you might imagine, a critical system like this has a lot of redundancy built into it with backups. So we need to understand why, with all of that redundancy, it still rose to the level that there had to be a ground stop lasting about an hour and a half.
He also said the system is periodically updated and upgraded, although he wonders if the system is efficient enough moving forward. Damage in California could top $1 billion as a result of the storms that have been pummeling the state. Severe weather has not let up since the beginning of the new year. John Schaefer, USA News.
The holidays are here. Achieve gifting greatness when you give perfectly aged, tender, delicious Omaha steaks. The steak experts at Omaha Steaks have curated special gift packages to take the guesswork out of gifting and make you a holiday hero. Go to omahasteaks.com and take advantage of 50% off site-wide. Plus, use code TREAT at checkout to get an additional $40 off your order. Send an assortment of mouthwatering favorites guaranteed to impress, like the legendary Butcher's Cut Filet Mignon, air-chilled boneless chicken, ultra juicy burgers, even easy-to-prepare, ready-in-a-flash comfort meals. Omaha Steaks is ready to ship your order right away, so shop early and beat the shipping rush. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout. Omaha Steaks is a gift from the heart, remembered with every unforgettable bite. Order with complete confidence today, knowing you're ordering the very best. Visit omahasteaks.com, get 50% off site-wide, plus use promo code TREAT at checkout to get that extra $40 off your order. Minimum order may be required.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3585 888-378-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code OvernightDrive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, welcome back. Good afternoon, says Larry. It was good to hear from you last night, Larry. Thanks for checking in with us for our second anniversary show. Hammer down and be safe. As always, Norman checking in from north central Kansas. Got the Big Tipper loaded, heading north. Good morning, Dipsy driver. Hello to Sylvester. He checked in about a half hour or so ago. He said the Facebook feed was frozen on his end. Did they get that back? Is it back up and running yet? In the land down under. Hello to Scott. He said, any more word on the Brunson brothers Supreme Court case? I've been hearing both sides on whether they took the case or not. Yeah, I think it was Monday earlier this week. The Supreme Court declined to take that case. And one of the brothers responded by saying, we kind of anticipated that, and they're going to continue to pursue. The next thing they're going to file, I can't remember the term they used, but requesting a review again to take the case. Said something along the lines that we still have a number of chess pieces to move, and we still have our queen, as he put it. So we'll see where that goes. But at this point, Supreme Court says no. Eskimo Mom, hi there. Howdy from Indiana. Back on my usual run tonight. Been kind of in and out of the fog, off and on all night so far. Enjoying the mild temperatures, though. Mostly cloudy, 54 degrees. on 64 South in central Indiana. Yeah, 54 for the 12th day of January. I'll take it. All right, it's 844-844-3388. Happy New Year, Grump. What's happening?
What do you say, Steve? Congratulations on your 2 years there, buddy. That's, you hit it pretty good there. Biden, that idiot, I don't think there's anything to even say about that moron and his the classified documents that's being found right now, or hell, everybody should have known that. I mean, I'm just kind of anxious to see what's going to happen if they can get a special counsel impaneled on that, but I don't think they will. It's, unless there's one already impaneled about it and go ahead and saying, well, I'll take this on too. Maybe they'll look at it like that. Well, let's look at this, that guy that you was talking about that shot that dude with a fake gun. There's several provisions that protects people like that guy. The only thing that I can see that he would be charged with was he shot him 9 times. And then he got up and walked out, and they're still looking for him. And I think the only reason they're looking for him right now is to see if he legally could carry a weapon or not. I'm not sure that he could. If he could, he would have probably stuck around, But when you have somebody, and I was listening to what the other guy there, Steve, talking about it, you've got every right in the world when somebody walks into a place and is doing what's called a forcible felony, which includes robbery or anything else. He's brandishing a weapon, he's waving it around, and you pull out a gun and you shoot him. Whether he aims at you or not, you have the right to shoot him. There's a little act called protection of others. And it's in nearly every state, and in your mind, you believe that death is imminent, that he is going to kill somebody, he is going to harm somebody. You have the right to react to that. And there's probably, if your ducks are in a row and your gun is legal and everything, and you can legally carry it, there's probably not a damn thing going to happen to it. Happen to you. I mean, that's just the way it is. You hear a lot of times that no, you can't, unless they're pointing it at you particular, you can't pull that trigger. Bull, you can pull that trigger. That is a fact. It is in the law. It is called defense of others. It's a self-defense mechanism that where you analyze the situation as a citizen, and you in your mind, like I say, you believe that death or something is imminent. I mean, that he is going to pull the trigger. There's a likelihood that he will kill somebody if they do not comply with his demands. As a robber, a rapist, anybody. I mean, he could have had a claw hammer in his hand and said, "I'm going to hit this guy in the head if he don't give me the money." And you pull out a gun and you shoot him. I mean, if you're within your round, that's called protection of others. There are defense of others. There is that protection built into the citizens that allows for that to happen. And like I said, that's in nearly every state that happens. Pennsylvania's had several of those instances where they've, it's went in front of the Supreme Court, the Pennsylvania Supreme Court. But it's, I've investigated things like that, back in the days when I was a police officer. And for instance, a guy shot a guy with a knife. He walked in and was going to rob a place, and all he had was a big damn knife. The guy pulled out a gun and shot him. They said, well, why'd you shoot him? All he had was a knife. Well, hell, he was going to cut somebody. Why not shoot him? I mean, that's, you don't bring a knife to a gunfight if that's the way they want to look at it. But anyway, look, I don't want to see the Republicans get marred down in a lot of different investigations and things. I want to see some legislation get passed. I mean, some good, legislation that helps the people, that does some good, that kind of gets rid of some of these idiotic things that Biden's been doing over the years here, over the last couple of years. When we look at all the gotaways, 1.5 million confirmed gotaways that they don't have a clue where in the hell they are, anything. I wish the Republicans would start looking at this, and I've fired off a letter to a couple of my, representatives and said, why aren't you going after businesses that hire these people? I think that would be the best bet. I mean, I have to comply with every law and everything out here driving a truck. I can't just stick somebody in the damn seat of a truck and say, here, we're going to run team, or I'm going to let you run this run, and pay you for it, whether or not, without them being qualified. Why are they hiring illegal aliens, paying them under the table, skirting all the tax laws and everything else just to get by cheaper? I mean, if that's not exploiting labor, I don't know what the hell is, and why they're not going after these people. They used to have the E-Verify. They wanted the E-Verify, where employers had to do the E-Verify to make sure that they're, legalized citizens or at least have the proper work documents when they're here. And that has never been enforced. The Democrats shoot that down because they think it's, it's harmful to the poor immigrant that just wants to get by. How about a great big who gives a rat's ass about the poor immigrant that just wants to get by? Well, they lose my respect when they cross that border illegally. Now, I would probably, do the same thing if I was starving or whatever, trying to look for a job or whatever. But when you start violating people's sovereignty, there's a difference between coming up here to work and coming up here making demands like they're doing right now in New York City and stuff like that. They're putting them up in some of the finest hotels over there because they have run out of room at some of the refugee stations and places like that. So they're the government's putting them up in hotels. They're getting free medical. They're doing everything under the sun for them. Paying them. They're feeding them and everything else. And here, like I said, we got seniors that can't even get a damn bit of medicine because they can't afford it. And there's not one hand that's helping these folks. People that's sweated and worked their entire damn lives, Steve, to paid their taxes and did everything else, and all they are guaranteed in this country was they grow old and probably going to get their Social Security, if they live long enough. So they're getting it right now. And then you got people in the government saying, well, they're getting this entitlement. Every time I hear the word entitlement when it's wrapped around Social Security, I want to punch that person in the face. I mean, literally knock their damn brains out. When I pay into something my entire life, my entire working life, it's not an entitlement. I want my freaking money back, and who wouldn't? You? No, I mean, you're going to get yours. I mean, you don't want to give it up. Why do they call it an entitlement? I have no idea why they want to continue that. But that's the language that they're using now is, these entitlements. And that's something that I don't want to see the Republicans doing right now, is talking about entitlements such as Social Security. If they want to cut the rest of this garbage, it's fine. This stuff that's keeping people sitting on their sorry butts and, paying them to stay at home. And I'd read this article not long ago about, one person in the home working, kind of a mediocre job 4 days a week, and the other person is filing for their unemployment and getting all these damn subsidies and stuff like that equals upwards to $60,000 a year. I don't know about these people, man. I don't think I could stand and have a conversation with somebody like that without wanting to slap them. Because there's just a sense of responsibility that you get up off your butt and you pay for yourself. You pay for your family. You earn a good living, and you do that just out of pure self-responsibility. I mean, it's what's your worth anymore? I mean, my God, it seems like now that we're raising this country of entitlements, where people can just they see getting by more if they sit on their sorry butt at home and do absolutely nothing. Now, there's a big difference between working at home. Hell, I wish I could, but that's not going to happen. But you see it more and more and more, how people are just saying, well, let's stay at home and you'll make more money off the government. You're not making it off the government, people. You're making it off the American taxpayers, the people out here sweating their butts off, earning a damn living that has a little bit of self-respect. But it turns my stomach, man. I'm sick of seeing it. I'm sick of hearing about it. I'm sick of hearing about these damn immigrants, these illegals crossing the border by the groves. I'd love to see about 500,000 pickup trucks, down on the border with some ball bats saying, come over here and we're going to bat your ass back across that river there. But, it's just, this idiot that we have in office right now, he has absolutely no concept of our sovereignty. We're supposed to be a sovereign nation that is a superpower, and it seems to me like government over the last several years has done nothing but piss it away. Trump tried to build it back up the way it should be. Bringing in more defensive weapons and things like that. Getting our military built back up. And as soon as these clowns come in, let's do a COVID vaccine. If you don't get it, we're going to throw your ass out. Regardless, COVID, the vaccine was senseless, useless, everything else. It didn't stop a damn thing. If it did, I wouldn't have had it 3 times. But it's I don't know, man. I tell you, it's some days you just want to wake up, Steve, and say, was all this a damn dream or what? This overrunning our borders and just the craziness that's been going on in government, all this woke crap and all this, pronoun stuff. It's I don't know. It just seems more and more and more every day like people just invent more crap to gripe about, to whine about, to be a victim from. And I'm just so sick and tired of hearing about it. It's I don't know. It just seems like the older we get, you look back on how things were. Back when I'm 62. You look back when kids and stuff. Catching lightning bugs and doing some of the simplest things and being some of the happiest days in your life. And now you go into a restaurant or something like that. If you got a family of 6 sitting around a table, they're not saying a damn word to one another. Everybody's got a phone in their hand. They're so preoccupied with that little device, they forget how to breathe, how to live, and how to look out the damn window and say, wow, there's America out there. Let me have a little bit of respect for this country. They don't do it anymore. It's ridiculous. And, a handful of people actually cares about what's going on at the border, and the rest of the people say, well, this is a big country. Yeah, it's a big country. You got a big enough wallet to start supporting all these damn people. They got to eat. If they're not working, where are they going to live at? But it's just, I don't know, man. I tell you, I'm just, like I said, I'm just hoping someday here to just open my eyes and say, wow, well, that was a hell of a dream. I never took drugs when I was a kid or anything like that, but it sure as hell seemed like it. But anyway, buddy, congratulations. I'm been pretty proud of you on this, and sure appreciate you letting me on and doing my little rants. And I've been doing that for how many years now?
It's been a while, and of course, you got a reputation to uphold there. There's a reason your handle is the Grump, right?
Yeah, I remember when your kids were little. I remember when they were little, man. You'd be talking about them on air and stuff. And Steven and Beth, and it's like, man, they got kids of their own now. But where as time went. It's flew by, brother.
Yes, sir.
Yep. But congratulations, pal.
Thank you very much. Well, did you catch that? I don't know. The headline said Mexico's president kind of celebrates 40 million Mexicans living in the United States. Just imagine there are 40 million Mexicans in the United States. 40 million. Now, that includes people who were born in Mexico or children of people who were born in Mexico. That was the quote from Mexican President Andrés Obrador at a press conference with Joe Biden and Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau. Obrador's proud Mexican-first advocacy for ethnic Mexicans includes Mexicans in the United States, very different from the globalist investor-first policies pushed by Trudeau and Biden. At the summit on Tuesday, Biden was pushing the globalist pro-migration nation of immigrants narrative, as he described all Americans, including the descendants of Americans, as mere immigrants. Biden said, look, all of you know, all of us in the United States are immigrants. Mine go all the way back to the Irish famine. Biden's use of immigrant kind of demotes the status of American citizens to that of illegal migrants, because the same immigrant term is normally used by the establishment outlets to promote illegal migrants. Yeah, that's what it's all about. He's said, well, we're all immigrants at some point in time. Yeah, there's a difference. There's a difference in those, and even many of those legal immigrants in this country maintain that. The fact that they had to go through the process, the paperwork, the cost to legally immigrate to the United States. And it's really a slap in their face to just say, yeah, for these millions that have not gone through the process legally, to just suddenly, what the Democrats are promoting is the whole amnesty thing. Pushing for the dreamers. In one swipe of the pen, they're legal all of a sudden. All right, we'll be back into the Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
We head down the home stretch for hour number 2 here, as we make our way to a Thursday. All right, hump day in the books. Mountain time zone about to join in here as we close out hour number 2. Good morning to our friends at TNC Radio.live. What do you say? It's the Daily Driver Bonus, the $1,000 Daily Driver Bonus, your chance to win $1,000. You need the keyword, which today's keyword is car. Simply go to tncradio.live or use the tncradio.live app. Click on contest, enter that keyword. Again, the keyword is car, C-A-R. It's as simple as that. The $1,000 Daily Driver Bonus giveaway is a nationwide contest involving multiple radio stations. For instructions on how to enter and see the complete rules, go to tncradio.live. Again, and click on the contest page. And don't forget, coming up right after the Overnight Drive, the best of Wednesdays. TNC Radio's prime time comes your way here on Thursday morning. Our live Wednesday evening shows are replayed for your enjoyment each Thursday morning. First up, Tom Kirk and the Originals with Keep On Talkin' Live. This week, Julie from the St. Christopher Fund joins in the conversation, and they'll be talking about how drivers can stay healthy while out there on the road. Next up, join Angie Baum as she talks with the driver who not only travels with his dogs, but he helps other drivers do doggy rescues. Finally, 7 a.m. Eastern Time, the guys from Clutch Time Sports review their preseason NFL picks and make their predictions for this weekend's playoff games. Super Wild Card Weekend. Just how good were they at predicting the NFL's best and worst? The answers might surprise you. And don't forget to input your keyword, which is CAR. TNCradio.live. All right, I guess we get official word several weeks ago. Recall we had the Russian spacecraft docked at the International Space Station, had the coolant leak. And I guess word comes down, Russia's space agency is going to launch an empty Soyuz capsule to the International Space Station in February to replace that damaged spacecraft. They have determined that craft is unsafe to return the crew of 3 astronauts back to Earth. That announcement from NASA and Russian space officials this past day. So we'll give you more on that coming up here. So, they're not calling it a rescue mission, but essentially it is, because right now, if they had some sort of an emergency, 3 of the astronauts would not be able to exit the space station. Meanwhile, 844-844-3388. What's on your mind as we roll into a Thursday morning? Great to have you on board. News update time, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News. I'm Ryan Daniels. Articles of impeachment filed against the Secretary of Homeland Security, alleging that he's botched enforcement at the border. Congressman Tony Gonzalez says that's a tough hill to climb.
My philosophy has been to run to the fire and force the administration to engage with us.
Also today in the House, GOP lawmakers passed the Born Alive abortion bill. However, the measure expected to be stopped in the largely Democratic-controlled U.S. Senate. Republican House Speaker Kevin McCarthy will not call on New York Congressman George Santos to resign for fabricating key parts of his resume and background.
The one thing I think it's the voters who made that decision. He has to answer to the voters, and the voters can make another decision in 2 years.
The White House insisting President Biden takes classified documents and info seriously.
During a press briefing on Wednesday, White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre said Biden was surprised to learn any records had been found there, and he doesn't know what's in them.
So there's no way for me to talk about the documents if he has said he doesn't know what's in them.
Jean-Pierre also said the president's lawyers did the right thing by immediately turning over classified materials found at an office formerly used by Biden. I'm Tyler Kuehl.
A corrupted file at the root of today's problems at the FAA. Planes are back in the air across the country, but investigators say they believe a computer error was to blame for a system outage Wednesday morning that left a lot of aircraft on the ground. Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg says there is no indication it was a cyber attack.
As you might imagine, a critical system like this has a lot of redundancy built into it with backups. So we need to understand why, with all of that redundancy, it still rose to the level that there had to be a ground stop lasting about an hour and a half.
Aviation experts say it could take the rest of Wednesday and all of Thursday for airlines and airports to catch up. This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty, and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
Storms will continue through the weekend in California, and the totals so far are historic. Meteorologist Ted Schlepfer says in San Francisco, the 15-day total ending January 9th is the 3rd highest in the city's history.
And it's actually been 150 years for the previous 15-day rainiest period, so this is fairly unprecedented.
There will be a break Thursday before more systems move onshore this weekend. College Football Hall of Famer and former USC running back Charles White is dead at the age of 64. The school made the announcement Wednesday. White won a national title with the Trojans in 1978 and the Heisman Trophy as college football's most outstanding player in 1979. He remains the program's all-time rushing leader. White played 8 NFL seasons and was a Pro Bowler with the Los Angeles Rams in 1987. English rock legend Jeff Beck has died at the age of 78.
Beck rose to prominence in the 1960s in the group The Yardbirds, but Beck didn't seem too thrilled to be reunited with his old group when they were inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame in 1993.
Yeah, anyway, somebody told me I should be proud tonight.
I'm John Schaefer.
The NFL creating suspense for fans for sure. The league said this season saw the lowest average final score margin in 90 years. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, there you go. Another hour in the books just like that as we roll on to the late night, early morning hours. Closing out a Wednesday, Thursday coming on. All right, weekend just around the corner. Hello to the right wing nut. He says, oh yeah, happy tooth anniversary. It's second, you big dummy. Tooth. Looking for the third year. All right, looking forward to it. Say it loud, say it proud, Grump. Amen, brother. All right. Hello to Cliff. Good morning. Good show. Gilligan. Morning, Steve and fellow listeners. Kind of an overcast night in Greensboro, North Carolina. 49 degrees, though. Everybody keep it shiny side up. There's Billy Lennig. Morning, Steve, and the overnight drive, folks. Colleen. Hi there, Colleen. She said good night or good morning, Steve. There you go. All right, back to the Russian Space Agency. The new MS-23 Soyuz spacecraft scheduled to launch now on February 20th from the Cosmodrome in Kazakhstan to replace the stricken Soyuz MS-22 capsule docked at the International Space Station. We're not calling this a rescue mission, according to NASA Space Station Program Manager this past day. I'm calling it a replacement Soyuz. This is the next Soyuz that was scheduled to fly in March. It's just going to fly a little bit early. Yeah, this will serve, though, as the new lifeboat and return craft for NASA astronaut Frank Rubio and the cosmonauts, two of them that are there, have been living at the ISS without a return ship since the MS-22 was damaged last month. It's an unprecedented scenario, according to officials. Yeah, the coolant leak back on December the 14th, which was captured in dramatic video by the space station cameras, meant that Soyuz MS-22 is unable to keep its crew capsule and systems cool enough for safe operation. That leaves the crew without a lifeboat in the event of an emergency, since the currently docked SpaceX Dragon capsule was designed to hold only its 4 crew number 5 mission astronauts, cannot accommodate 7 people. Yeah, the main problem to land with the current Soyuz would be the thermal conditions, according to one veteran Russian cosmonaut, because we lost heat rejection capability. In case we have crew inside and we have equipment switched on, we may have a high temperature situation in the equipment compartment as well as the crew compartment. Temperatures inside the Soyuz could reach up to 104 degrees during a return trip to Earth, he said, and that humidity levels would also soar in that confined space of the capsule. And, of course, a Soyuz return trip to Earth takes at least 6 hours. It can take even longer, and that would not be healthy for the crew in those kind of conditions. All right, so there you go. All they do is just kind of hang on. We got about a month and 10 days before we'll get somebody up there or another craft up there that can safely return them if need be. Hello to 5-7. What's going on?
Oh, good morning. Yeah, sitting back, copying the mail. It's been a good morning. Steve's point about, popping a weapon out, you have to be careful. And so is Grump's point, about. And I think it comes down to this, you have a right to have that weapon, have it on your property. If you carry it off your property, it's best to know what's the laws in your county or in your state. Because when Steve was talking, I was recollecting the church situation down in Texas, where a gunman pops up. Well, all of a sudden you had deacons, stand up, pulling their weapons and shooting him down.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're in Texas or you're in Florida, that county of Florida where that sheriff said, our people like guns down here. If you want to break in the house, I fully suggest that our taxpayers blow you away, and they will not be in trouble. And I guess somebody had shot somebody that was trying to rob them, and then hid. And the sheriff was saying, you don't have to hide from us. If we want to talk to you, we want to give you an award for shooting the bad guy. So, yeah, know who you're, where you're at, and It's just like it. Don't do it in New Jersey or New York or California. So, or I guess Colorado. So just know your surroundings. I guess that's just common sense. Everything else is working great. I'm sitting back. Adam Schiff's got bumped out, and I would like to see some charges brought up against him. If we lie to our Congress, we do some serious time. So I would like to see they start passing things. If you lie to the American people, you're gonna get the same amount of time that they would put on an American citizen for lying to them. And you know what? That'd be good. Omar, or that young lady, needs to be held account for her racist rants against the Jewish folk. And the fella that was sleeping with, what's her name? Fang? I love that name. You know what? Come on. Why is he still there? I mean, that's just, you're sleeping with the Chinese,
Yep. So
everything's going good so far. I'd like to see him do a little bit more. We were talking earlier, about the IRS, cut the funding, and I guess, they can hire him. They can hire him right now. I guess they'll have the money to hire him. But what I've listened to and what they've said, the new Congress has no actual economic resource about this situation until September. So by the time they hire him on, train him, then who will be on board to get a job that's going to only last for a couple of months, and then there's no money to pay you. So everything's good. I mean, I'm sitting back and enjoying our wins, and hopefully our common sense. Our country is not going down the toilet. Period. Our country has a lot of good people in it. So with all this good news, and ain't nothing to worry about, I sit back and I'm thinking, what haven't we heard in a while? Oh, I haven't heard about the Navy, the Chinese Navy in Taiwan, and you wonder why. But then I've listened to the Steve Summers show, and I've been informed that whole cities in China have been locked down due to the COVID. I think the Communist Party is realizing something. It's one thing to be able to control your people, but when sickness comes along, it's hard to control a war. Now I watch regularly. I get news feeds from Mayport, Florida. It's a naval base down there. And every time a ship comes in, I'm seeing the people, the sailors jumping off the ship and hugging their families, and it's sort of wondered, ports of call. Are we letting our ships, pull into ports of call? Are we? What are we doing? And I looked it up, and the only thing that showed for U.S. COVID affecting U.S. Navy ships, only information came to 2020. I guess when that carrier had issues when people were dying. Then I said, I wonder what the Chinese. Of course, I typed that in, and 2020 was the last thing that came out from China state-controlled news. And they were saying, oh, our Navy is not affected. Our sailors are not affected. Well, you know, their sailors come from all these towns that are shut down. So there's another effect here. If you lock down your sailors where they can't get off them ships, it just wears down a man's ability to perform. Being in that gray steel and locked in those little tin cans for all that time. And it sort of explains why maybe, just maybe, why in the middle of all this insanity and the weakness of our government until now the Republicans have gained power and influence, in this weakness, they haven't attacked Taiwan. So I'm sort of wondering if their Navy is as thick as their people, fellow countrymen.
Yeah.
So COVID.
Well, the only reason you hadn't heard about it, I guess, is because I hadn't mentioned it. But I had the story. It's been here since, I believe, Monday. When we started, I had this, prepared to talk about, but hadn't really got the chance to get around to it. They're still making preparations for Taiwan. No, things have not gone silent. Matter of fact, over the weekend, this past weekend, closed out the weekend on Sunday. China sent 28 warplanes across the median line of the Taiwan Strait. Their first large-scale military exercises around the island in the new year. The 28 People's Liberation Army planes were among 57 spotted near Taiwan, according to the ministry, adding that it included J-10, J-11, J-16, and Su-30 fighters, H-6 bombers, 3 drones, and an early warning and reconnaissance aircraft. Taiwan tasked aircraft, naval vessels, and land-based missile systems to respond to the Chinese activities. Map provided by the ministry showed the PLA aircraft crossing the median line in 7 places from north to south, flying through Taiwan's air defense identification zone south of the island, then turning slightly north to the east of the line. This particular exercise focused on land strikes, sea assaults, and other subjects, aiming to test the troops' joint combat capability and resolutely counter the collusive, provocative acts of the external forces and the Taiwan independence separatist forces, according to the state-run China military. All right. Meanwhile, yes, the COVID, I guess you'd say it's finally kind of come full circle. Have I not been saying for the last 2+ years that these lockdowns do not, have not, and will not work? They didn't work here. They didn't work anywhere in the world. Yet China had consistently maintained this strict zero COVID policy. I mean, one active case of COVID would lock down entire communities. Said at some point in time, you can only lock people down so long. But the virus is not going away. It's going to be there. At some point in time, which that time has now come, due to the violence in the streets, the big protest that unfolded, China finally, of course, lifting all these zero COVID policies. They've reopened, and lo and behold, COVID is just rampant. From Monday of this week, nearly 90% of the people in China's third most populous province have now been infected, according to a top official. China is now battling an unprecedented surge in cases. Director of the Health Commission for the Central Henan province says as of January 6th, the province's COVID infection rate is 89%. So with a population of 99.4 million people, that suggests about 88.5 million people in that province have now been infected. Visits to clinics, they say, peaked on December 19th, after which they're showing a pretty continuous downward trend. So, as soon as they lifted the restrictions, essentially, everybody pretty much got sick. So they have indeed pretty much, totally lifted all their travel restrictions. Travelers streaming into China by air and land and sea. This past Sunday, many eager for long-awaited reunions as they opened the borders that have all been but shut since the start of the pandemic. After 3 years, mainland China opened their sea and land crossings with Hong Kong, ending the requirement for incoming travelers to quarantine, pretty much dismantling the final pillar of that zero COVID policy that they've been trying to shield China's 1.4 billion people from the virus, but at the same time essentially cut them off from the rest of the world. It had to happen eventually, but, of course, you don't really get reliable numbers out of China as far as what's the fatality rate. I don't think the numbers are nearly as dramatic, because recall that original strain was much more deadly than the mutated, if it's the Omicron variant, which I would assume that's been kind of the dominant variant that's been sweeping the planet more recently, not nearly the fatality rates versus the original strain. But I digress. Pappy is on board here on a Thursday morning. What's going on, Pappy?
What's happening, Steve? Man, where do I start here tonight on this one, man? It's a good show. Steve, I wasn't going to even address this Houston robbery. I've known about it for a couple days. But since it's been brought up, I'll address it. First of all, these are the views of Pappy, right? Mm-hmm. Not any employer that I might work for or any views of the Steve Summers Show, right? Specifically speaking for Ohio here, Steve. Can't speak for other states. All right? When is the use of deadly force justified? I can try to explain it like this. And listen very closely here. And this is off the top of my head, Steve. It's not like I ran and got some books and looked this up. Only when the threat of serious physical harm or death exists to yourself or others is when deadly force is justified. So, first off is serious physical harm. If somebody is causing or attempting to cause, I think I left that out there, serious physical harm to another, the use of deadly force is justified. And so you ask, what's serious physical harm? Is a fist fight serious physical harm to somebody, right? Mm-hmm. In most cases, not. Okay? It causes physical harm, right? You can think of serious physical harm as this, as something that's going to cause hospitalization, severe broken bones, skull fractures, right? Things along those lines. That poses a risk of death. So you have to have that in order to use deadly force against another person. Now I'll throw this out there, that most law enforcement entities, departments out there probably have something to this effect in their use of force guidelines. If I go to arrest somebody and they resist that arrest, right? Once their force used against me stops, my force against them must stop, other than handcuffing them and whatnot. In other words, if somebody goes to resist arrest, they punch me in the mouth and we get in a little scuffle and I get them down on the ground and they, okay, I quit, and they're not fighting anymore. I can't continue to pound this dude into the ground.
Mm-hmm.
Make sense?
All right, so how about the case of an individual in a convenience store, and someone comes in wielding a gun, pointing it at the clerk or whatever, where the bystanders pull out their weapon? Is that a threat of serious harm? Or
let's talk about this Houston robbery. I don't know how many of you listening out there seen the whole video. I've seen the whole video, Steve. And so I will explain it like this. You're sitting in a restaurant, and this man comes in brandishing a firearm and pointing it at others and robbing these people, right?
Yep.
Does the threat of serious physical harm or death exist to yourself or others?
That's the question.
Absolutely it does.
Okay.
That man can pull that trigger at any time and kill anybody. Right? So you are justified. I'm talking Ohio, most other states too, but I'm specifically talking Ohio.
Mm-hmm.
If somebody is carjacking you at gunpoint and you are in imminent fear of your life, you are justified in stopping that threat. That's the key words here. You're not justified in just killing somebody. You're justified in stopping that threat. If somebody's death was a result of you stopping that threat, then so be it. I'm making sense here if you're following me.
Mm-hmm.
Now, what happened in Houston, Steve? Mainstream media showed the point where the guy comes in with the gun. He's pointing it at several people, taking their money.
Mm-hmm.
He pointed at the gun to the gentleman that shot and killed this man. And he took his wallet out and threw it down on the ground. The dude picked it up, went on about robbing some other patrons. When he walks past him, kind of has his back to him, the patron pulls his firearm and fired 4 rounds into this man.
Mm-hmm. And right there, I hate to do it, but we got to pause for the news break.
USA News Update. House Republicans are taking early action on abortion with their new majority approving 2 measures Wednesday that makes clear they want further restraints after the Supreme Court overruled the federal right to abortion last year. The new GOP-led House passed one resolution to condemn attacks on anti-abortion facilities, including crisis pregnancy centers, and a separate bill that would impose new penalties if a doctor refused to care for an infant born alive after an abortion attempt. Neither is expected to pass the Democratic-led Senate, but Republicans said they were making good on promises to address the issue, along with other legislative priorities in the first days in power. State and local Republican leaders in New York on Wednesday called for immediate resignation of their new GOP Congressman George Santos, who is facing multiple investigations by prosecutors over his personal and campaign finances and lies about his resume and family heritage. I'm Julio Flores, USA News.
Attention timeshare owners. Tired of the financial stress? Were you misled by the salesperson? Don't or can't use your timeshare anymore? If any of these apply to you, then you may qualify for timeshare cancellation and get the relief you need now. Timeshare Defense Attorneys is the #1 affordable fixed-fee legal solution in the country, with an A+ Better Business Bureau rating. That's certainly better than my grades. They even offer a 100% client satisfaction guarantee. Let one of their experienced lawyers evaluate your case and explain the process. process. If they take you as a client, they'll work on your case until it's resolved in your favor, guaranteed. Expect great service and a close working relationship with your lawyer, keeping you informed every step of the way, protecting your rights, interests, and even your credit. It's that simple. Even a kid like me could understand it. The consultation is free. Call today.
800-875-1853. 800-875-1853. That's 800-875-1853.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 B500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Okay, right back at it here. So we left off. Got to the point where the bad guy walks past the patron, kind of has his back to him, and the video kind of stopped. I saw where the patron stands up, has the gun. I guess what you say, he fired 4 times, killed the guy, I assume?
Fired 4 rounds. At that point, everything's totally justified. The perpetrator still had that weapon in his hand, was waving it around. He goes down. He starts kind of crawling towards the front door.
Mm-hmm.
The patron stands up. There's a brief pause and gunfire. He fired 4 rounds and stopped. He stood up as the bad guy's falling to the ground and rolling towards the front door. He fired 4 more rounds into him as he's walking up to him. Now, here's the kicker, Steve. I mean, you tell me if, and all your listeners out there, you tell me whether you think this is right or wrong. After firing another 4 shots, he reaches down, picks up the bad guy's firearm, right? Has the bad guy's firearm in his left hand, leans over, fires another round into the bad guy's head.
Okay.
That's what was not shown. And that's where this whole controversy, right, is started. You have to watch the whole video.
So the initial 4 rounds justifiable, but then finishing off like essentially assassinating the individual. That's
yeah.
Yeah.
The first 4 rounds totally justified, right? The second 4 rounds maybe get away with, maybe for a civilian. Okay, law enforcement is going to be held to a higher standard. But that last round to the head, Steve, was a flat out. He made himself the judge, jury, and executioner.
Yeah.
The penalty for robbery, I'm sure, aggravated robbery, I'm sure, in Texas is not death. So there's where he's going to have a problem. I know they took it to a grand jury. I'm not hip on all Texas law, what they could try to charge him with. My argument would be, I want that autopsy report. Were any of them first 8 rounds fired lethal, right?
Mm-hmm.
He could say, well, that last round to the head, the man was already dead. Didn't matter. Whether that'll fly or not, I don't know. We'll see what happens. Let me throw this out real quick. I hate to keep harping on this, but Steve, this is the importance when I talk about if you choose to carry a firearm, you have to get the training and you have to know these laws. If 2 people are arguing in the street, okay, and we're going to say aggressor is number 1, and number 2, they're just arguing at this point, testing each other's manhood. Number 2 decides he's going to walk away. He starts to walk away, and number 1, the aggressor punches him in the head. Starts to hit him a couple times, right? Number 2, the non-aggressor, being assaulted, sees a 2x4 laying there in the street. He picks it up and starts hitting the aggressor with it in self-defense. The aggressor now fears for his life, pulls out a gun, and shoots number 2. Is that justified? Better yet, you are a bystander watching this, okay, and you see the aggressor pull out a firearm, or you see, let me back up. Sorry to confuse you, right? Here's the point. The aggressor, in that case, loses his right to a self-defense claim. You follow me? He can say that man was beating me with a 2x4. I feared for my life. It was self-defense. I shot and killed him. Most states say, no, sir. You were the aggressor.
You started it.
You started it. Once you become the aggressor in a situation like that, you lose your right to self-defense claim. These are the kind of things you got to know. So the point was, if you see the guy with the 2x4, right, start to shoot or start to beat this guy, and you get involved, right, and you shoot the guy with the 2x4 and kill him, you're technically killing somebody that was defending himself. You can't get involved in situations that you don't know, that you haven't seen start from beginning to end. And I told you this before. If I'm out, especially with any family members, with Mercedes, anything goes down, I'm getting her to safety. I'm not getting involved. Not getting involved. If I'm at a mall and an active shooter starts, my main objective and priority is to get her to safety. If I come across a perpetrator committing an act trying to get her to safety, that changes things. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Once I get her to safety, might go back in, try to stop the threat. I don't know. You know, these are all just hypotheticals, you know. But that's all my thoughts as far as, you know, Karen. I mean, you got a right to defend yourself. You got a right to protect you, your family, and others. But I'm telling you right now, you better be prepared. You better know your laws, and you better get some training. In that video, when he first fired that first shot, that first rounds, you look across the room, there was a man sitting across the room at a booth. Them 4 rounds were fired in that man's vicinity.
Mm-hmm.
That guy, he didn't even flinch, Steve. I couldn't believe it. He just sat there like he kept eating his hamburger. I couldn't believe it. What if one of them rounds would hit that man? Killed him. All right, enough of that. Listen, if you don't mind, Steve, I gotta talk about something I saw on TV tonight. In New York City, the government is housing, I'm not going to call it immigrants, Steve. I'm going to call them illegals. They purchased several motel rooms, like probably floors, if not the whole damn motel, Steve, and put these illegals in them. And they had a manager on that ran this motel, and he had video. Steve, they're acting like complete buffoons. It was like college kids on spring break. They trashed the rooms, fights were breaking out, security getting assaulted, like literally miniature riots out in front in the street of this motel. The rooms were being destroyed, Steve. They showed all these beer cans, right? On top of it, our federal tax money went into feeding these people. The motel made sandwiches and other foods, and these immigrants, they showed these bags and bags and bags of food, these illegals, just throw them in a trash can, Steve. Unbelievable.
Wow.
Unbelievable. That's our tax money, and that's who's coming across the border, Steve. One other thing, man, I hate to keep you on here. I could wait till tomorrow night, but this newly elected House rep from New York, George Santos, you heard about him? Lying on his resume, Steve. Right? Lied to the American people on his credentials when he ran for office. So House Speaker McCarthy now said, well, he was elected by the people. And there's people calling for his resignation. He's saying he's not going to resign. McCarthy said, well, he was elected. Well, I say he was elected fraudulently, man. Has no principles. I don't care if you're a Democrat or Republican, Steve. That's one thing about this show. We'll call you out. Man needs to resign. Or better yet, they should go back to all the voters who voted for this man and have a re-vote, Steve, and let them decide if they want to pull their vote back. And if they get enough votes pulled back where the other opponent would have won, so be it. And if it's a Democrat, so be it. That's my thoughts on Mr.
Santos.
Yes. You're going to lie to the American people? have no principles, ethics in order to get in office, I don't want you in there. So sorry to take up so much time here, Steve, but I appreciate it, man. It was a good show.
Hey,
I hope I answered some questions out there for some people.
Absolutely, yeah. Great info. Thank you so much, Pappy.
All right, my man. Have a good night. Hammer down.
Hammer down. Be safe. There you go. Hello to Bolt. Haven't heard from you in a while. She sends me an email. Morning, Steve. It's been a bit. Hope you've been well. Dad told me about what happened with YouTube. That sucks. Hope your week's been going better than mine as I lost a tire to an 8-inch nail Tuesday coming home. Have a wonderful, safe night, all the listeners out there. Oh, yeah, 38 degrees and sleepy in Delray, West Virginia at the Home 20 tonight. Hello to Wheelchair Dave. Morning, Dave. Congratulations on 2 years. So glad everything's been working out for you. I actually think you're one of the top broadcasters on radio. I believe your boss feels the same way. Been enjoying the Bulldogs win. Big parade coming this Saturday in Athens, Georgia. And, Steve, could you maybe update us on the Chili Bowl racing nightly heats? Yeah, all the way up to Saturday night for the big Chili Bowl. All right, and I forgot yesterday. I meant to go back because I had one of the listeners that said, you got to check out Tuesday night's racing action. He said that A-Main was a spectacular race. I forgot to go back and pull that up. All right, it is 844-844-3388. We'll get to the right-wing nut just ahead. Looks like Eagle's back on board. And room for you, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's everyday diesel treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, back at it here. Back to the phones we go. And the right-wing nut. Happy New Year.
Yes, Happy New Year. Happy tooth anniversary. Looking forward to the third.
Tooth anniversary.
I understand that the DA there in Houston, I think that was the DA. I've been trying to stop smoking. I've been using the patch, but every time I use it, I pull the skin off my lips and I can't keep it lit. And they said, try the gum. So I tried the gum, but I can't keep that lit either, so I'm trying. Anyways, that DA there in Houston, I thought he said that if the imminent threat is still there for injury and death, you can keep on firing until the threat is eliminated. So to me, that means, and the man knew his chances when he went in there. He knew what the risks were. But, I didn't see that where he got capped in the head. So, I don't know. That's something else. Lordy. Well, I guess Heat Wave told you I talked to him the other night. And the word is out that Yellow Freight is going to be up on the auction block. And the bidders are UPS and FedEx Express, or overnight, or whatever the hell they call themselves. So, yeah, I think they were bidding wars up to $1.05 a share. And I looked earlier today, and the price of the share for Yellow Freight is $2.33 a share. Good night. I'd rather see a company purchase Yellow Freight that knows what they're doing and got their act together. I mean, if Yellow goes into default, then the government's going to run it. And as we've seen in the past, when the government got their hands a hold of a cat house there in Nevada because of taxes, hell, they run that one in the ground. They can't even run a cat house.
So where's the rumblings emanating about a possible sale? There hasn't been any official word in any industry. Is that just a rumor on the street at the company or something? Or
that's what I heard from a mechanic. Yeah, he said can't buy no new parts for the trucks or trailers or anything else. He says, they probably trying to run the price up. So, I don't know. Maybe it's just a rumor.
Yeah.
Then again, crazier things have happened. So, I don't know. I went to one of the facilities and took care of the business, and at least they had soap. They didn't have any hand towels. And I'm afraid it's going to be pretty soon we're going to have to use our hands instead of toilet paper, you know what I mean? Crazy. So, other than that, I don't know what the hell's happening around here. Damn North Korea sounds like they're about them shooting missiles off their East Coast. I guess it's about a week ago or so. I tell you what, I missed the days of Trump where everybody didn't know what he was going to be doing. And they were kept at bay. And just as soon as he steps down and this
Kim Jong-un.
Well, I don't know what it... Yeah. I mean, everybody just goes to hell in a handbasket once Trump gets out because they know they can walk all over this Yahoo we got for president now. And I don't know, that Soto, I don't approve what he did. But didn't that raggedy end-all Nancy Pelosi, didn't she at one time say, you lie everywhere you get to get what you want? Because if that's the case, then this Soto character, he took a page out of her playbook. So I don't know. I mean, they held Biden saying he was the best choice that Democrats had. And that was a big lie because what has it done for the rest of us out here? It's made things worse. But they said, oh, he's a good man. He didn't mean to do what he did. Dadgummit, I need a salt beverage. But, hey, I was coming through Arizona earlier today, and I seen the American flag, 2 of them, on flagpoles. And underneath was a blue flag, and it said, I better spell it out, not be misunderstood, but it said BUCKFIDEN. Now, who the hell is that character? I've never heard of a buck.
Right? Yeah.
So, anyways, I don't know who that is, but tell you what, this country's turned on its ear. What is proper and normal has turned into bizarro world. I mean, Tim Tebow was ridiculed for expressing his faith by taking the knee. Another guy takes the knee in protest. Excuse me. God. Another guy takes the knee in protest, and he is proclaimed
a hero.
Mm-hmm. And then when that old boy went down with a heart attack on the field there in Cincinnati,
everybody prayed.
Got her prayed. So, NFL, make up your damn mind. You can't eat the cookie from both ends. You gotta have a starting point and a finishing point. So, truck show, how's that looking? Everything okay for the truck show?
I think everything, we got big plans for Hot Shot Secret and the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Of course, you haven't been there before. They got a 20 by 60 booth. So we'll have plenty of space. But, all right, well, right-wing nut. Brr. Yeah, you're not supposed to smoke those patches, by the way. Try them on the ankle. They might work a little better. Got to get a news update. We hit the midnight hour on the West Coast as we welcome those listeners into a Thursday morning, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
This is USA News. I'm Julio Flores. Thousands of flights across the U.S. were canceled or delayed Wednesday after a system that offers safety information to pilots failed, and the government launched an investigation into the breakdown, which grounded some planes for hours. The Federal Aviation Administration say preliminary indications traced the outage to a damaged database file. The agency said it would take steps to avoid another similar disruption. The breakdown showed how much American air travel depends on the computer system that generates alerts called NOTAMs, or Notice to Air Missions. Before a plane takes off, pilot and airline dispatchers must review the notices, which include details about bad weather, runway closures, or other temporary factors that could affect the flight. The system was once telephone-based but moved online years ago. The White House insists President Biden takes classified documents and information seriously.
During a press briefing on Wednesday, White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre said Biden was surprised to learn any records had been found there, and he doesn't know what's in them.
He doesn't know what is in them, so there's no way for me to talk about the documents if he has said he doesn't know what's in them.
Jean-Pierre also said the president's lawyers did the right thing by immediately turning over classified materials found at an office formerly used by Biden. She said the White House is fully cooperating with the Department of Justice's review. Jean-Pierre released few details of the circumstances surrounding the matter and did not answer why the administration failed to publicly disclose the materials. I'm Tyler Kuehl.
The U.S. inflation report for December being released Thursday morning could provide another welcome sign that the worst bout of spiking prices in 4 decades is slowly weakening, or it could suggest that inflation remains persistent enough to require tougher action by the Federal Reserve. Most economists foresee the more optimistic scenario. They think December marked another month in which inflation, though still uncomfortably high, continued to cool. Pro Bowl, more like a playground competition as the NFL tries to make the game more exciting for the fans. This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty, and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
Buffalo Bills safety Damar Hamlin is finally home 9 days after he stunned and saddened his teammates by going into cardiac arrest and being resuscitated on the field in Cincinnati and placed the NFL on hold. Hamlin was released from the Buffalo hospital on Wednesday. This marks the next major step in what doctors have called Hamlin's remarkable recovery, which came 2 days after he was deemed healthy enough to be transferred from the University of Cincinnati's Medical Center to the Buffalo General Medical Center. 24-year-old Hamlin will continue his rehabilitation with the Bills. Reaction to the death of Jeff Beck, rock innovator and guitar virtuoso who died Wednesday. Led Zeppelin guitarist Jimmy Page saying on Instagram, "The 6-stringed warrior is no longer here for us to admire the spell he would weave around our mortal emotions. His technique unique, his imaginations apparently limitless. Jeff, I will miss you, along with all the other millions of fans." From Mick Jagger via Twitter, "With the death of Jeff Beck, we have lost a wonderful man and one of the greatest guitar players in the world. We will all miss him so much." And Rod Stewart saying this, "Jeff Beck was on another planet. He took me and Ronnie Wood to the USA in the late 60s in his band, the Jeff Beck Group, and we haven't looked back since. He is one of the few guitarists that when playing live would actually listen to me sing and respond." State and local Republican leaders in New York on Wednesday called for immediate resignation of their new GOP Congressman George Santos, who is facing multiple investigations by prosecutors over his personal and campaign finances and lies about his resume and family heritage. I'm Julio Flores, USA News.
Now you can fly anywhere in the world and pay discount prices on your airline tickets. Book a flight today to London, Paris, Madrid, or anywhere else you want to go and pay a lot less guaranteed. Call the International Travel Department right now at Low Cost Airlines.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel particulate filter regeneration.
the DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, and whether rain or sleet or even snow, it don't matter if we're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Summers Show. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
Yes, indeed. Let's do that. As we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast, welcome in. Everybody on the same page. Hello to Santa Claus. Got your email there a few minutes ago. Yes, you crossed my mind several times in recent days. Hadn't heard from Santa Claus in a while. I know he's out there in the Sacramento area. Keep hearing about the incredible flooding. I was kind of wondering about the home 20 there. So, Santa Claus says, congratulations on your second year mark of the program. On my way to Las Vegas, doing the happy camper thing in the desert. Yes, my home 20 of Sacramento is absolutely waterlogged. And with consistent wind gusts of 60 up to 60 miles per hour, things are no bueno. Meanwhile, I recently changed my phone, and unfortunately, Heatwave's number didn't transfer over to my new phone. Can you ask him to maybe give me a call when he has chance? All right, so we've got 42 degrees on top of Tehachapi, Highway 58 here in California. 42. So we're actually, we're warmer here than you are in California. It's 49 outside the secret bunker with clouds. Now, that'll be a different story 24 hours from now. But all right, good to hear from you, Santa Claus. Safe travels. Scooter checks in via the email as well. Scooter says, Steve, UPS doesn't want yellow. They just sold off UPS freight to get out of LTL. FedEx, they don't want them either. They're set to furlough freight drivers, and the FedEx package is facing unsustainable operating cost right now. FedEx may be interested in Yellow's freight volume contracts. They would sell off most of the facilities, the equipment, and fire most of the employees. FedEx wants nothing to do with any union. All right, thank you much, Scooter. I think there's always those, rumors and rumblings on the streets. That's been the case in trucking for many, many years, right? Yeah, but like I said, I've not seen anything as far as any industry headlines even alluding to such a situation. But in other industry headlines, I found it almost somewhat confusing with this push to go green. The eliminated the use of fossil fuels here, not only in the U.S., but throughout Europe. And, isn't this green push supposed to be a global thing? If that be the case, well, here, by the year 2024, wouldn't the consumption of fossil fuels at least begin to be going downward? I would think. Not according to the Energy Information Administration in its latest short-term energy outlook report, the first to include 2024. The Energy Information Administration said they expect that global consumption of liquid fuels will set new record highs next year, 2024. Record highs? The Energy Information Administration expects the consumption to increase from an average of 99.4 million barrels per day this past year, 2022, to 102.2 million barrels per day in 2024. Global production also is forecast to increase from 100 million barrels per day to 102.8 million barrels per day over that 2-year stretch. Our forecast for global consumption of petroleum depends on uncertain economic conditions, especially in China, according to the report. How China's economy changes following its reopening from the pandemic lockdowns could have a significant impact on global consumption of petroleum products. Also, they forecast lowering crude oil prices as global inventories build through this year and next. According to the January Energy Outlook, Brent crude oil will average $83 per barrel this year, an 18% decline from what we saw last year. Forecast in 2024, the average will fall to $78 per barrel. Based on their forecast, diesel prices are expected to fall by 20% this year and 38% in 2024. The retail average per gallon of diesel will be $4.20 per gallon this year, down to $3.70 per gallon by 2024. Again, that's the Energy Information Administration's outlook. Lower crude prices are one reason we expect lower prices, but we also expect that reduced refinery margins will contribute to prices coming down from the highs we saw in 2021. Very interesting. All right, let's see. Eagle, are you on board this morning? I think that means he dozed off again. Oh, maybe he'll wake up for a third try as a charm, typically, right? Good morning, Rambler.
Well, praise God. Good morning, Steve, and hello, God's children. Glad to be on with you. This is 2 nights in a row I've called in. Man, I tell you, must be a strange moon. No, it ain't. It's a green comet out there. So strange things are happening, brothers and sisters. Want to start off tonight. I've been asked not to share this person's name, but we have a fellow listener that's in the hospital. This person knows who they are. I believe they're currently listening now, but they got some health issues, and this is a big-time listener. This person listens religiously every night, and like I said, they're in the hospital right now having some health issues, and just want to remember this person in prayer. This person knows who they are. I was asked not to reveal their name or what's going on because, you know, I just want to keep it confidential. But we got any prayer warriors out there? Let's pray for this person, God's children. Steve, have you seen the news? I know we got wrestling fans out there. Have you seen the news or read the news? I sent an article to you in your email about the WWE being sold to the Saudis. That's just crazy. And, you know, they ousted Vince McMahon, you know, over sex abuse allegations. And apparently he was able to come back and be the CEO once again, got voted back in. And I know his daughter resigned. And now it's all coming out that, hey, you know, WWE's been up for sale. And I was thinking, well, maybe Comcast would get it, or maybe, you know, Eisner was back at Disney, maybe they would try and get it. Nope, it's looking like the sale went through to the Saudis. So that's just crazy, you know. I mean, I just makes me wonder what's going to happen. I know a lot of folks out there like, well, it's just wrestling, and you know, it's not real, brother Rambler. Well, you know what? Listen. I know wrestlers, you know, personally, and yeah, you know, the finish is choreographed. All right, that mat, and I've been on a mat. It's just as hard as concrete. That's why you have to have the muscles and have the stamina, because you got to be able to take a slam on that hard mat. And a lot of those submission holds, they're not a work, they're a shoot. You know, that's wrestling terms. It's not fake. Work means fake. Shoot means real. And I know one of the most painful holds I ever experienced was there was a wrestler named Bob Backlund, and the storyline they had back in '94 was that he had a nervous breakdown, and yeah, one of the good matches that I saw was him and Bret the Hitman Hart going at it at Survivor Series in a submission match. And I had someone put that on me, one of the wrestlers that I knew, and he didn't even have to put any pressure. It hurt so bad. And so God's children, a lot of that stuff, yeah, where, you know, the finish is already predetermined who's going to win. How you get there, it takes a lot of work. But yeah, go read that story. And an official release hasn't been revealed.
Right.
But a lot of rumors coming out, a lot of strong, you know, rumors coming out that it's already been sold. They're just, you know, waiting to go to the press and have a press conference about it. Which, you know, if you don't already know, they already own the LIV, you know, paying what's his name? Phil Mickelson $48 million to play golf for them. And of course they have stakes in a couple of you know, European football, which us Americans call soccer. But the problem is with the LIV, you know, if it's true, they can't get TV rights because a lot of the televisions don't want them on there because of the controversy with that Krasowski fella, whatever his name was. So if it's true and they did buy the WWE, that's going to be interesting to see how they're going to get it on TV and get the rights, and they can't even get rights to put their brand of golf on television because no one want them. But I like what the right wing nut had to say about Tim Tebow. Now, granted, God's children, listen, I'm a diehard Alabama fan. And when Tim Tebow played for the Gators, I couldn't stand him, hated him. Well, I wouldn't. You say I don't hate nobody, but you know the way the Denver Broncos done him, and the way John Elway done him, because he was going to be a good football player, and he's a natural leader. You know, he got shafted because of his faith. And you can say what you want to. I'm here to tell you now, the reason why he never made it to the NFL wasn't because of talent. It was because he loved Jesus Christ with all of his heart, his soul. I mean, I sit there and watch this man, watch fans on Twitter and on Facebook because he stayed a virgin, you know, all the way up till he was almost 30 before he got married and before he lost his virginity. You know, they gave him a hard time because he was staying true to his faith. He was going to not, you know, mess around with a woman until God gave him the right one. I mean, and you know, he was given a hard time. So, yeah, it's like, you know, when you go to the sacrificial system in the Bible, you know, when the Hebrew children were in Israel, God spoke to Moses and told them to take a lamb without spot or blemish, and they had to sacrifice, and they had to eat the entire thing. They couldn't waste none of it. And then take the blood. They had to drain the blood, dip it in hyssop, and paint, you know, a stripe on each side, stripe over the doorpost, so that the angel of death would pass over them. You know, the reason why they had to eat the entire lamb, that was typifying Jesus Christ, God's children. You either could have all of Christ or you could have none of him. There is no in between. You can't have some of Christ or some of the world. It's either all or none. And the NFL needs to realize, okay, you gave this player who was a natural leader the shaft, but yet, and I'm so sorry for what happened to Damar Hamlin. I hope he gets his career back. But it's kind of being hypocritical to sit there and, you know, you gave this player the shaft because of his faith in Jesus Christ. But yet, you know, you're going to take a knee and you're going to circle around and pray. It's kind of hypocritical, Steve. Mm-hmm. It really is. And it goes back, you know, you can't have your cake and eat it too, or if you want to go by, was it the Statler brothers? You can't have Kate and Edith too. You rascal, you, oh you, if you remember that old song. But God's children, you know, either can have all of Christ or have none of him. You know, you can't straddle the fence and put one foot in the world and one foot, you know, in loving Christ. It's either all or none. The Bible says no man can serve two masters. Let the blind lead the blind, you'll both fall in a ditch. And for me and my house, I'll serve the Lord. We're going to serve the Lord, Steve. And I know I feel like you feel about the same way as I do, and as well as a lot of other good listeners do too. But I know I've taken up too much of your time. I'll get on off here. I'll try and call in tomorrow night. God's children, before I get off here, love is just more than just a full-letter word. It's something you have to do. It's something you have to enact. And if Jesus can love you, and he does, oh, Brother Rambler can love you, and I do. And God's children, I'll talk to you later. Steve, I love you, brother. You take care.
All right, good to hear you. 2 nights in a row from the Rambler. And let's see, Russ, I believe, got you coming up here. And lines available at 844-844-3388.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, back at it here. Let me see if we have the email. Yes, Rambler sent me. TMZ Sports, they say, confirming late Wednesday afternoon that the rumors circulating about the Saudi Arabian Public Investment Fund having already completed a purchase of the WWE are false. Sportscaster John Alba said on Twitter that he was told by a high-ranking WWE source that reports about the sale being finalized are completely false. No official statement from WWE. But the world of WWE this week has proven to be more chaotic than a Friday night SmackDown show as rumors swirl that the company may soon, or secretly has been, sold to a Saudi Arabian company amid the departure of the current co-CEO and chairwoman, Stephanie McMahon. Earlier in the week, it was announced that the former CEO, Vince McMahon, would be making a comeback to join the WWE board alongside former co-presidents and directors, Michelle Wilson and George Barrios, meaning that two people currently on the board would have to exit in order for that to happen. McMahon had indicated in the statement to ESPN that he is eyeing a sale of the company, and he is the majority stakeholder. The first domino to fall, his own daughter, Stephanie McMahon, who's been serving as the co-CEO alongside Kik Khan since her father's retirement in July of last year. Now, McMahon wrote on social media that she would be leaving her role as chairwoman and co-CEO on Tuesday. Noting that on her departure, she's confident the WWE is in the perfect place to continue to provide unparalleled creative content and drive maximum value for shareholders. Soon after saying her goodbyes, Twitter went wild with rumblings that McMahon had planned to sell the company to the Saudi Arabia Public Investment Fund, which would make the company private. Reports from Deadspin and the wrestling outlet known as Bodyslam.net. A report earlier in the week from Front Office Sports claimed that the PIF had been eyeing a purchase of the WWE. Some indicating they think the deal may have actually already been done. All right, news break on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. House Republicans are taking early action on abortion with their new majority approving two measures Wednesday that makes clear they want further restraints after the Supreme Court overruled the federal right to abortion last year. The new GOP-led House passed one resolution to condemn attacks on anti-abortion facilities, including crisis pregnancy centers, and a separate bill that would impose new penalties if a doctor refused to care for an infant born alive after an abortion attempt. Neither is expected to pass the Democratic-led Senate, but Republicans said they were making good on promises to address the issue along with other legislative priorities in the first days in power. State and local Republican leaders in New York on Wednesday called for immediate resignation of their new GOP Congressman George Santos, who is facing multiple investigations by prosecutors over his personal and campaign finances and lies about his resume and family heritage. I'm Julio Flores, USA News.
Attention timeshare owners. Tired of the financial stress? Were you misled by the salesperson? Don't or can't use your timeshare anymore? If any of these apply to you, then you may qualify for timeshare cancellation and get the relief you need now. Timeshare Defense Attorneys is the #1 affordable fixed-fee legal solution in the country, with an A+ Better Business Bureau rating. That's certainly better than my grades. They even offer a 100% client satisfaction guarantee. Let one of their experienced lawyers evaluate your case and explain the process. If they take you as a client, they'll work on your case until it's resolved in your favor, guaranteed. Expect great service and a close working relationship with your lawyer, keeping you informed every step of the way, protecting your rights, interests, and even your credit. It's that simple. Even a kid like me could understand it. The consultation is free. Call today.
800-875-1853. 800-875-1853. That's 800-875-1853.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code OvernightDrive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Good morning to Rick in Columbus. Checked in about 30 minutes ago on his first cup of coffee. 46 degrees in Columbus. Good morning. Sex Maniac checks in a very foggy Indiana this morning. There's Russell. Let's see, Russell. Morning, Steve. Just started my shift this morning. I'm a security officer. What do you think about Biden's classified documents? Almost sounds like another Watergate, but the Dems and Biden's lawyers are trying to get to the classified documents before anyone else can find out more. Keep up the good work, Steve. Hope you and the family are well. Starting off the new year. Thank you very much, Russell. Let's see. Mike, good morning, all. Rick heading up to see, make the flip to Lexington, then back to Hamilton. Be safe, everyone, on these wet roads out there this morning. Yeah, still pretty foggy outside the bunker as well. And I don't think we're nearly as foggy as what they've got, some really dense fog over there in much of Indiana this morning. So be safe out there. And Eskimo Mom says got a severe thunderstorm watch for parts of Kentucky till 5 in the morning. I'll have to refresh on my radar here. Yeah, western Kentucky. I see that. Western reaches of Kentucky. That's going to be the clash. The cold air impacting, running into that warmer, moist air. Yeah. With our big storm system. Actually, already have a few strong storms in that region as we speak at this hour. A couple of severe thunderstorm warnings there. Kind of between west of Owensboro, west of Madisonville, to the north of Paducah. Some pretty hefty thunderstorms rolling through. Guess that'll all be coming our way later this morning. I think we're supposed to have a pretty soggy Thursday. Let's see. Russ, is that you by chance? Russ, I think that's the one just checked in.
Yes, sir. I didn't know I was going to get on here this fast. I wouldn't have messaged. I'm sorry. You there?
Yes, sir. How we doing, Russ?
Oh, doing real good. Yeah, I just got started on my shift here at work, and I listen to you when I can here. I'm a long-time listener since your dad, Trucking Bozo, and then you also, long-time listener, second-time caller. But I just wanted to get to the point. I mean, what do you think about this Biden investigation? It seems like they're treating it differently compared to Trump's investigation. I mean, you know what I'm saying?
Absolutely. Well, yeah, there's no two ways about it. They're trying to treat it with kid gloves.
Yeah, and that only makes sense. And like I've heard on some other talk shows, I think I'm correct on this. They've been sitting on this since before the midterm? Am I correct about that?
They discovered, supposedly, the first batch was discovered on November the 2nd. Yes, so before the midterms.
Okay.
And when that was discovered, apparently Biden aides have been going through any office that Biden had worked in or out of, and they've been going through documents looking for additional possible class, and they found some more. They haven't yet said when they found that second batch, but they did divulge that they have found more.
I was listening to another radio show tonight coming into work, and they were saying how Biden's personal lawyers are looking for more documents, and then of course they asked Biden the question. It's almost like he took the fifth. I think it was yesterday. He didn't say the fifth, but he didn't comment. It's almost like he was taking the fifth.
Yeah.
But it's going to be interesting now.
Well, I do know one thing that most of the legal experts are saying that the whole prospect of trying to charge Trump for having documents pretty much is out the window now with this.
Yeah, I've heard that. I have heard that also. I mean, this is I think it's a more different case to me. I mean, compared to the Trump classified files, it's a lot different case to me. I could be wrong, though.
Well, the idea that, Trump having been president, the president has the sole authority to declassify documents. Vice president does not have that authority. Tell you what, let's see, Representative Ben Klein of Virginia said this past day. He said there is, quote, significant evidence of a crime if Joe Biden is somehow taking classified documents, concealing them as personal items and hiding them. Joe, as vice president, wasn't even allowed to declassify these types of documents. He wasn't allowed to possess them in private papers or transfer them to a university. So if Joe is somehow taking classified documents, concealing them as personal items, hiding them away, you've got significant evidence of a crime that needs to be investigated. Of course, the latest NBC News reporting Wednesday, Biden aides discovered at least one additional batch of classified documents in a separate location from the Washington, D.C. office he used after serving as vice president. Biden aides searching for additional classified material that might be in other locations after that set of classified documents was found in November at the Washington think tank. Klein spoke as he talked about the double standard when it comes to who is in possession of classified materials. Russ, as you were saying, we heard all kinds of allegations against Trump for committing some violations of national security, but all of a sudden when it appears Joe Biden's done it, well, all of a sudden it's like, everybody does that. It's all kinds of elected officials. It happens all the time. So you're hearing one thing but seeing another. That's the duplicity that comes from the Democrat Party, and that's not going to stop. We just have to continue to call them out on it and hold them accountable for their violations. All right, there you go. Interesting how the tables turn. Just like that. And it's 844-844-3388. Yeah, we've had several discussions over the months of maintain your lane. Remember those discussions? Especially when it comes to the likes of a deer. Nobody hurt, but a truck driver swerving to miss the deer, which you should have just plowed right through it. This is on Monday, Sandersville, Mississippi. Semi was traveling along Highway 11. The deer entered the road, and he swerved to avoid hitting it, but ends up crashing through a bridge guardrail and into the tree line. Forced the closure of the road as crews worked to remove the truck from the trees. Driver was not injured in the incident, but according to the photos there, a lot of damage to the truck. Cost him a whole lot more probably than it would have if he would have maintained the lane. Interesting story, I guess. One of the nightmares of being out there on the roads, especially driving in inclement weather. This driver says he feels like he escaped death after strong winds toppled his truck in California over the weekend. On Saturday, according to ABC 10, 42-year-old Barry Kunkel said he had a bad feeling about his regular route from Vacaville to Sacramento that night, but he decided to make the trip anyway. He said, I kind of had that fear. Something bad was going to happen that night. I even told my loved ones I was kind of scared to drive that night. Toward the beginning of his drive, Kunkel said he doesn't answer his phone while driving. Apparently missed several calls, which turned out to be from his supervisor, who was wanting to warn him the weather was going to get bad and urge him to pull over. He didn't get that message until he was already loaded and headed back to Sacramento after his first stop. However, even without the prior warning, he could tell the weather was getting bad. I slipped my hazards on. I let all the people on the road know that I'm going severely slow because the winds, and then it just hit me abruptly. The wind hit his truck on I-80, flipped him over, leaving him injured, bleeding in the wrecked cab. He said it was just instantaneous. I mean, it was just like one big swoop and bang. I'm grinding across the asphalt for a good, I'd say 7 or 8 seconds. Yeah, before I thought nothing could really push me over like that, but it picked me up like I was a feather. Amazing, the velocity of the wind that night. I remember someone tapping on the window. It was a young black man, and he was like, "Do you want me to break the window?" And I said, "Yes, I'm bleeding bad." There was another couple that pulled over in an SUV, a young couple. Then I believe the tow truck driver joined the scene. They were all kicking the window, trying to break it out. Ultimately, the tow driver made it to the scene and used a tool to cut a hole in the windshield. Remember some of the young people taking off some clothing to make a tourniquet for my arm. Now, he is now recovering thanks to the help of some kind strangers. To which he says, "I just honestly want to thank the people that came to my aid when a lot of cars were just passing me by. And, the people that actually stopped, proving that angels do walk amongst us." Glad he's all right, but... all right, who we got on the line? Brittany, would that be the name?
No, this is Brody.
Brody. All right, it says Brittany. What's going on, Brody?
That's all right. Not much, man. Staying awake in the middle of the night. I usually work during the day, so I've never been on the line. But I just bought a truck today. Not sure what I'm going to do with it yet.
Yeah.
I know this. You guys have been in business for a long time, so I thought maybe, I don't know if I want to do some ag stuff local or buy a detach, and I don't know yet. The trucking industry is kind of scary right now. To be on the road with a bunch of people that, shouldn't have a CDL anyways.
Yeah, there's.
So I don't know if I want to.
There's some of those out
travel
there.
Or if I want to just stay local.
Yeah.
Just thought I'd get some of your all's opinion.
So you're looking for some. Now you're in the Southwest Ohio area. That's the region. I mean, do you have a preference? You want to be home every night, or you?
I'd rather stay in the South. I don't have to be home every night, but to be honest with you, I got a full-time job. So if I got to put a driver in the truck for a little while, that's fine too.
Yeah.
It's kind of something to tinker around with. I'm a mechanic by trade. I've been around them since I was 3 years old, and today I got the urge to go buy one. Unfortunately, I don't know if that's a good decision or a bad decision.
You mean just a wild hair? What'd you get? A new truck, used truck? What'd you?
No, I bought a old Peterbilt.
Okay.
Yep, old B model Peterbilt.
Did you find a good deal out there? I mean, the used truck prices have been coming down a little bit, I guess.
Well, I got it off a farmer that he got it off of the original owner-operator. My dad's been an owner-operator his whole life, so I've looked for multiple years to find a good deal. And like you said, it's coming down a little bit, but it ain't come down the way it should.
Yeah.
So the truck don't have to hit the road yet. I mean, I'm just trying to figure out what I'm going to do with it.
Well, maybe we can get some feedback from some of the others out there. Again, are you from Hillsboro? Is that where you're at, Hillsboro, Ohio?
Yep.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
So somewhere.
I guess my dad used to listen to your dad, and he told me about you. And I work construction too, and mechanic and stuff, and I listen to you when we're working at night and stuff. I've never called. I have never had a reason, really. I never had a truck, but I've been listening for a long time, and I thought, well, for some reason I bought a truck today, so I thought, well, I might call and see what they had to say.
Well, as a mechanic, have you used, or have you used the Hot Shot Secret products?
Yeah, I have.
Okay.
Yep.
Well, so you're familiar with the products and whatnot.
Good stuff.
Well, I'm going to get you a first-time caller code, Brody, first of all, since you took time to dial us up.
Okay.
Got your number here.
I've used them a lot.
Good deal.
That's about the only stuff I will use. That and Power Service, but I don't know which is better. I mean, they all got I just like that Hot Shots is by science, not by brand.
Gotcha. That is true. All right. Well, we'll get some feedback for you there, Brody. Thank you so much for listening. Thanks for dialing us up. Don't be a stranger. What would you recommend? I don't know. It is kind of a tough time in the industry, right? Things are tight right now, but like you said, he's got a full-time job, so it's not like there's an urgency. So it is 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, thank you much. About 8 before the hour. And looky there, final hour just around the corner here on a Thursday morning. I hadn't heard from any of our Illinois residents. Aren't you proud? Aren't you proud of your Democrat governor there in Illinois? Democrats have imposed a ban on the sale, manufacture, and possession of semi-automatic weapons in Illinois. They now join 8 other, plus the District of Columbia, that have similarly infringed on the citizens' ability to procure such weapons. The state Senate President, Don Harmon, and the State House Speaker suggested in a joint statement with Governor Pritzker that the gun ban is one of the strongest in the country, making Illinois gun laws the model for the nation. Because there's no gun crime in Illinois, right? The State House voted for the gun ban along party lines, 68-41, with the exception of the outgoing Republican minority leader, Jim Durkin, who actually voted in favor of the ban. In the Senate, all but 4 Democrats voted in favor of the ban. Republicans were uniformly opposed. Pritzker signed the legislation on Tuesday, banning long guns and handguns with carrying capacity over 10 and 15 rounds, respectively. Rapid-fire devices, sometimes called switches, and 50 cal cartridges are similarly verboten. And there are dozens of specific brands and types that are also targeted by the ban. Axios says the law also expedites universal background checks. Hours before signing the ban into law, Pritzker took the oath of office in which he solemnly swore to support the Constitution of the United States, which, of course, in turn guarantees the right of the people to keep and bear arms. WLS-TV reported that law-abiding Americans presently in possession of these types of weapons now banned must report the models, calibers, and serial numbers to state police by October the 1st. Republicans and other constitutionalists obviously denouncing the move by the Democrats to disarm law-abiding citizens. Representative Blaine Wilhorn said that this ban is evidence that Democrats despise our founding fathers. A government willing to defy our Constitution is a government that's completely out of control. So you can sit here and dictate whatever you want today, but I can tell you we will not comply. You're not going to do a darn thing about it because the law, the Constitution, and the founding principles are on our side. Another senator, Chapin Rose, said, "Here we are today. We're going to make felons out of taxpayers." Outgoing State Senator Darren Bailey tweeting, "I'll die on my front porch before anyone takes my guns away. My message to Springfield, if you want my guns, come get them." Governor Pritzker's gun ban blatantly violates the Second Amendment rights. Illinois Democrats have fought to release dangerous criminals on the streets, defund the police, and take away your Second Amendment right to defend yourself. The legal battle begins, says Representative Mary Miller. Other Republicans appeared certain that this ban will be utterly ineffective in stopping criminals in the state. There's the key right there, the kicker. People who break the law, people who commit violent crime, they're not going to register their firearm. They're not going to turn in their magazines. This is not going to stop that crime. What will happen is law-abiding gun owners will be yet again impacted by laws in this General Assembly, yet again have their Second Amendment rights restrained. The documents, the 2019 Department of Justice report showed among state and federal prisoners, those who possessed a gun during their crime, 90% did not obtain said weapon from a retail source. 43% were illegally obtained off the street or from an underground market. 7% found it at the scene of the crime, and 6% were actually stolen. Again, the law-abiding citizens, the only to be impacted by this.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
This is USA News. I'm Julio Flores. Thousands of flights across the U.S. were canceled or delayed Wednesday after a system that offers safety information to pilots failed, and the government launched an investigation into the breakdown, which grounded some planes for hours. The Federal Aviation Administration say preliminary indications traced the outage to a damaged database file. The agency said it would take steps to avoid another similar disruption. The breakdown showed how much American air travel depends on the computer system that generates alerts called NOTAMs, or Notice to Air Missions. Before a plane takes off, pilot and airline dispatchers must review the notices, which include details about bad weather, runway closures, or other temporary factors that could affect the flight. The system was once telephone-based but moved online years ago. The White House insists President Biden takes classified documents and information seriously.
During a press briefing on Wednesday, White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre said Biden was surprised to learn any records had been found there, and he doesn't know what's in them.
He doesn't know what is in them, so there's no way for me to talk about the documents if he has said he doesn't know what's in them.
Jean-Pierre also said the president's lawyers did the right thing by immediately turning over classified materials found at an office formerly used by Biden. She said the White House is fully cooperating with the Department of Justice's review. Jean-Pierre released few details of the circumstances surrounding the matter and did not answer why the administration failed to publicly disclose the materials. I'm Tyler Kuehl.
The U.S. inflation report for December being released Thursday morning could provide another welcome sign that the worst bout of spiking prices in 4 decades is slowly weakening, or it could suggest that inflation remains persistent enough to require tougher action by the Federal Reserve. Most economists foresee the more optimistic scenario. They think December marked another month in which inflation, though still uncomfortably high, continued to cool. Pro Bowl, more like a playground competition as the NFL tries to make the game more exciting for the fans. This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
Buffalo Bills safety Damar Hamlin is finally home 9 days after he stunned and saddened his teammates by going into cardiac arrest and being resuscitated on the field in Cincinnati and placed the NFL on hold. Hamlin was released from the Buffalo hospital on Wednesday. This marks the next major step in what doctors have called Hamlin's remarkable recovery, which came 2 days after he was deemed healthy enough to be transferred from the University of Cincinnati's Medical Center to the Buffalo General Medical Center. 24-year-old Hamlin will continue his rehabilitation with the Bills. Reaction to the death of Jeff Beck, rock innovator and guitar virtuoso who died Wednesday. Led Zeppelin guitarist Jimmy Page saying on Instagram, "The 6-stringed warrior is no longer here for us to admire the spell he would weave around our mortal emotions. His technique unique, his imaginations apparently limitless. Jeff, I will miss you, along with all the other millions of fans." From Mick Jagger via Twitter, "With the death of Jeff Beck, we have lost a wonderful man and one of the greatest guitar players in the world. We will all miss him so much." And Rod Stewart saying this, "Jeff Beck was on another planet. He took me and Ronnie Wood to the USA in the late 60s in his band, the Jeff Beck Group, and we haven't looked back since. He is one of the few guitarists that when playing live would actually listen to me sing and respond." State and local Republican leaders in New York on Wednesday called for immediate resignation of their new GOP Congressman George Santos, who is facing multiple investigations by prosecutors over his personal and campaign finances and lies about his resume and family heritage. I'm Julio Flores, USA News.
Now you can fly anywhere in the world and pay discount prices on your airline tickets. Book a flight today to London, Paris, Madrid, or anywhere else you want to go. And pay a lot less guaranteed. Call the International Travel Department right now at Low Cost Airlines.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
EDT Plus Winter Defense is scientifically proven to prevent fuel gelling and icing, reduce the fuel line freeze-ups down to minus 40 degrees Fahrenheit, improve cold starts, increase diesel fuel lubricity, and increase cetane for more power and better fuel economy. Improve performance and protect your truck from failure in cold temperatures with Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense.
Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, thank you very much. Welcome back, final hour. Here we are on a Thursday, 12th day of January. You know what that means? Oh, boy. Are you superstitious? That means when we come back at the midnight hour tonight, it'll be Friday the 13th. Oh, boy. I'm not superstitious. Okay. Now, how they come up with the numbers, I'm not exactly sure. You got these, I guess, pencil neck geeks pushing pencils. Motor vehicle crashes that occurred in 2019 cost the nation hundreds of billions of dollars, according to the report from the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration. The report entitled The Economic and Societal Impact of Motor Vehicle Crashes 2019 actually puts a dollar amount to the motor vehicle crashes that killed 36,500 people, injured 4.5 million, and damaged 23 million vehicles. Now, according to the report, the dollar amount to American society, $340 billion. That is equivalent to about $1,035 for every person living in the United States and 1.6% of U.S. gross domestic product. The costs include medical care, lost productivity, legal and court cost, insurance, administrative costs, workplace costs, congestion impacts, and property damage. Now, in cases of serious injury or death, the value of lost quality of life sends the price soaring. When quality of life valuations are considered, the total value of societal harm is $1.37 trillion, with a T, trillion dollars. You know, the lifetime economic cost to society for each fatality is $1.6 million. Over 90% of that amount is attributable to lost workplace and household productivity and legal costs, accounting for quality of life. That amount climbs to $11.3 million for each fatality. They've got a whole bunch of other numbers there. Like I said, how they come up with dollar values, I don't know, but there are the official numbers from the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration. Good morning, Knucklebuster.
Morning, Mr. Steve Summers.
Man, I tell you, whoever ordered this wind tunnel test down here in Texas needs to rescind that order. I 20 to 50 mile an hour wind gusts blowing everybody around. So we'll live through it. So I read today that they've got some new inventions on that CES 2023, the Consumer Technology Association.
Yeah.
They had, according to the AP, they had 10 tech innovations that caught their eye. Well, I ain't going to talk about all 10 of them, but I'll talk about some of them. Remote-controlled roller skates, Steve. Well, I'm 65 years old. I ain't getting on no damn roller skates anymore. Cause you bust your butt on that ground. That ground's harder than I am nowadays, right?
No doubt. Now, what remote controlled roller skates?
Yeah, remote control. I guess you just stand up there and don't have to do anything, right?
Okay.
And then they had a robo dog. Well, I like my golden retriever. He's a lot better than a robot there. He's, I don't know, a robot's kind of mundane there, you know. I don't know. My dog, he's got a personality that's out of this world there, right?
I know he likes to swim in the summertime.
I know that's right. He's the one that passed away on me back in 2020 there, that one that swam and carried the mail. This new one I got there, he ain't too crazy about that swimming, but he won't even carry the mail in the house, Steve. So I just went from one extreme to the next there. Now I got to carry the mail back in the house. Well, let's switch gears here. Tampa Bay Buccaneers versus Dallas Cowboys, a.k.a. the Arlington Rancheros. Well, ESPN claims that Dallas is going to win. They've got a 68.9% chance of beating them there. So, I don't know, they tore Dallas's butt up back at the start of the year, so I don't know. We'll see what happens this time. I'm always going to root for Tom Brady there. So, talking about them top secret classified information there, I'm just curious. Well, how many documents does Mike Pence have? Obama, GW, Dickie Boy Cheney, Slick Willie, Slick Hilly, Al Gore, and Jimmy Boy Carter, you know, having those possessions that they're not supposed to be having. So I don't know, and I read that it was talking about dogs. It was a dog, as he set a world record. See, he jumped on his hind legs jump rope for 32 times in 30 seconds for a world record with his owner there. So I can teach mine to jump through the hoop, but I don't know if I can teach him to jump rope.
Yeah, right.
Yep. Then we got a mechanic destroyed a 1997 Supra during a test drive. Man, you know, he tore that car up. They said he just shifted gears, gassed on it, and then it all went out of control. So, and I've got some advice for all these bad drivers out here. I know they ain't going to take it none there, but the Bible says in 1 Corinthians 13:13, that these three things remain: faith, hope, and love. But the greatest of this is love. You know, Yahweh gave us faith, hope, and love. And I hope that all these crazy people out here, they had better have enough faith in God and hope that I love them enough to put on the brake pedal the next time they do something really, really, really stupid in front of me. So, and that's been my day today, is people doing all kinds of crazy stuff, thinking they can just pull out in front of me and everything else there, you know. So, anyway, That's all my bull on it for this go around there. So have yourself a great morning, Mr. Steve Summers. And, oh, by the way, I had a grandson born on Friday the 13th. And the apple don't fall too far from the tree. That boy's the apple of my eye there, buddy. He's just as crazy as his pawpaw, right?
There you go.
All right, have a great morning, buddy.
Thank you for checking in. There you go, about 15 past the hour. And 844-3388. Yeah, I looked over, I forgot I had that printed up. Did I touch on this last week? The old premise of, when you start your car in the winter months, I might have hit that. Winter storms hitting around the country. Does it actually do more damage than good to your vehicle to start it and let it warm up? I think I touched on the topic, but I didn't get to the heart of the story. What we found, it is true. Warming up gas-powered vehicles before driving in cold weather can cause damage to the engine. If you're one of the many drivers who thinks it's important to turn on your car and let it sit for a bit before hitting the road in wintry weather, you're doing your engine more harm than good. According to Firestone and several other sources, Smart Motors Toyota says letting your car idle in cold temperatures will shorten the life of your engine by stripping away oil from the engine's pistons and cylinders, two critical components for your engine to run. Less oil means more friction, more wear and tear, a shorter life for your engine. Now, while some people let the cars idle to warm up the interior, others may actually be trying to protect the engine because of outdated guidance. Yeah, most cars made before 1980, the old vehicles, yes, they did need to warm up when it was cold out. Those were your carbureted engines. The air-fuel mixture, didn't mix accurately until the vehicle warmed up a bit. That has all changed. Practically every car sold in the country has the electronic fuel injection that maintains the perfect air-fuel mixture, no matter whatever the ambient temperature is. So don't be letting her sit out there and warm. I know when it's 4 below zero, especially with most of the modern vehicles that have like the remote start. Yeah, my wife got the app where she can start the Subaru from the smartphone. Trust me, when it's cold outside, she does that. So I didn't realize it's probably doing more harm than good. But of course, my engine is treated with the FR3 friction reducer. That should be doing some good, right? It's the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and Auto Stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at HotShotSecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yeah, just since we started the program, we had a lot of showers, thunderstorms, some heavy rain breaking out. Southern Illinois. You drew a line from about St. Louis eastward all the way over to the Indiana line. From there south, it's rain. Yeah, a lot of yellows and reds in the mix. Some of those stronger storms. That's why you've got the severe thunderstorm watch in western Kentucky that Eskimo Mom mentioned here a bit ago. Heavy rains moving into the Evansville area. Kind of a line of showers and thunderstorms extending all the way down into northeast Arkansas. A line of showers pushing right through about Jonesboro, Arkansas at this hour. It's a pretty thin line down there. But further to the north, you got a broad area of heavy rains. Well, at least it's in the liquid form, right? Yeah, you look on back at Wichita, there from Wichita up toward St. Joe's, Missouri. A line of snow, colder temperatures in the mix there. Matter of fact, the National Weather Service has issued a winter weather advisory for eastern and central portions of Kansas this morning. It's kind of an upgrade from when we started the program. Meanwhile, back to the phones we go. Let's see. Let's try third time's the charm for Eagle. Good morning.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm back on here, brother. I fell asleep. Another long day for me today. Doing a lot of driving out here, trying to make this money. There's a lot of money. Well, right now, I guess there's a lot of money to be made, Steve. You know, I'm gonna start off by saying something. Well, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yeah, go ahead, loud and clear.
Yeah. Have you seen some of? I don't know if you do the shopping. I don't know if you do the grocery shopping at your house or not, Steve. But have you seen the prices in the grocery store lately for some eggs, for a box of cereal, for some milk?
Yeah.
I was, because I normally don't go shopping. My girlfriend normally does the shopping, but I went to the store the other day out here on the road, and I almost fell out on the floor when I walked up to see how much a jug of orange juice costs or a gallon of milk. It almost knocked me to the floor, Steve. These prices are outrageous. It's like $6 or $7 for a carton of eggs now. That's right, $7. A box of cereal. When I was a kid, Steve, we used to eat cornflakes. You could go to the grocery store and get a box of cornflakes for $1, $2. a box of cereal now is almost $8 or $9. Did you know that, Steve?
Some of them, some of the prices are absolutely through the roof. Yeah, if you get the big boxes, the family size. I was at Kroger the other day, $6.99. I'm like, what the hell?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It'll knock you to the floor out. These prices are totally ridiculous. Inflation. I never thought I would see prices like this in my lifetime. There was a guy that was in front of me where he was a family, a man, a woman, and 2 kids, and they paid for their grocery before me in the Walmart, and their total bill was almost $500. I couldn't believe it, for $500 worth of grocery, and he really didn't have that much stuff, and his bill was almost $500. It's just outrageous what Joe Biden has done, Steve. It wasn't like this when Trump was in the White House 2 years ago. These prices have skyrocketed in the last 2 years in America. I ask you this all the time, Steve. I asked you this last year before the election, with the Senate and all this and that, and how anybody could even vote for a Democrat at this point. It just you have to be brain dead, Steve. Something is wrong with these people. You can't have that much hatred for a Republican. When it comes to me taking care of my family, Steve, and having money in my pocket, I'm doing doing the right thing. And you don't have to realize that going along with the Democrats is not the right thing. If you care anything about your family and want to have money in your pocket, there's no way you could possibly support these individuals, Steve. It just amazes me. And I told you this almost at the end of last year. I don't hold no conversation with no Democrats. You have absolutely nothing that you want to say to me, nothing you want to tell me. Everything that needs to be said is right there in black and white, and there's nothing to argue about at this point. So find somebody to argue with, because you're not going to get no argument with me, because I don't waste my time with people like that. So here's how it goes, Steve. More evidence, after I talked to you last night, more evidence has been found out about good old Joe Biden.
Mm-hmm.
More classified documents have been found at good old Biden's residence. And guess what? Same thing as what happened the other day. Joe Biden knows absolutely nothing. He don't know how they got there. They just got there. Somebody, same thing. Joe Biden is. But one thing we do, like his people said, Steve, they are cooperating with the FBI and the authorities, unlike Donald Trump, as they like to say. Donald Trump his situation is different. That's what they tell you on the news media. Donald Trump, he didn't cooperate with authorities, so he must be prosecuted. Joe Biden, him and his people are cooperating with the FBI, which he runs, which he is in control of. So I guess he would be cooperating. But you and I both know nothing's going to occur. Nothing's going to happen to good old Joe Biden.
Yeah.
He knows it more. He knows it better than me and you. His people know it too.
What you said that's kind of funny there, Eagle. What's funny is that the first batch of documents they found were in boxes and an envelope or a folder with his personal documents, including the likes of funeral arrangements for his son that passed away. So you can't pass that off as saying somebody else must have put them there. Joe put those there.
Oh, yeah. Joe put those there, Steve. Like I said, you don't have to be a genius to figure that out. Joe Biden, he knows exactly what's in these, what he did wrong. And like I say, the Republicans, they need to take full advantage of this situation, Steve. They need to, I said this for a long time ago, the tables have turned. Hopefully, they need to treat Joe Biden the same way they treated Donald Trump for the last 2 years, as far as I'm concerned. They throw the book at him. Same thing with this Mayorkas guy. I understand, I heard on the radio that they are trying to start impeachment processes on this guy because he's even worse than Joe Biden, Steve. This guy has lied to the American people for over 2 years.
He's totally ignored the border. Yeah, I mean, he may get impeached in the House, but it won't go anywhere in the Senate. It's that old stalemate thing. But
USA News Update. The Cavaliers player is expected to make his season debut after being sidelined for over a year. Ricky Rubio is eyeing a return against the Trailblazers in Portland on Tuesday. The guard tore his ACL back in December of 2021 before averaging just over 13 points and 6.5 assists per game. The 32-year-old will likely be on a minutes restriction if he plays. Tennis star Naomi Osaka is pregnant. She shared a photo of an ultrasound and called it a little life update for 2023. She said this year will be full of lessons and she'll see everyone at next year's Australian Open. The tournament announced Osaka would be withdrawing over the weekend. Osaka finished last year ranked number 12 in the world. EA Sports is making a change to its popular Madden 23 video game following Damar Hamlin's suffering cardiac arrest. The game maker will remove a touchdown celebration from Madden 23 that imitates a player being given CPR. Hamlin had to be resuscitated on the field during the Buffalo Bills game against the Cincinnati Bengals. I'm Julio Flores.
Now you can fly anywhere in the world and pay discount prices on your airline tickets. Book a flight today to London, Paris, Madrid, or anywhere else you want to go. And pay a lot less guaranteed. Call the International Travel Department right now at Low Cost Airlines.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, a couple of other quick updates here. First, that's a funny one. Valentine's Day just around the corner, right? A little meme. This Valentine's Day, get her something expensive. Got the picture of the couple there. He's got his arm around his significant other, and she's got a dozen eggs in her hand. Yes, indeed, something expensive. Eggs. And then an update on I guess when the report came out earlier in the week, we shared the story, the prospect of banning gas stoves. Recall the story? A lot of blowback from that. And, 40% of the American population still have gas stoves. The Consumer Product Safety Commission now says we do not have plans to ban gas stoves. Let's set the record straight. After comments by the Consumer Product Safety Commission commissioner that ignited, they're the ones that said it, but it ignited a political firestorm. Contrary to recent media reports, I'm not looking to ban gas stoves. And we're not proceeding to do so. And they attached a full statement. It was a story published on Monday that a ban on gas stoves was possible. Rising concerns about harmful indoor air pollutants. The Consumer Product Safety Commission commissioner, Richard Trumka, this is the guy that said it. And now he's saying, no, we're not going to do it. This is a hidden hazard, he said. Any option is on the table. Products that cannot be made safe can be banned, he said. I guess both sides of the aisle. Many Democrats looking to reduce fossil fuel usage. But, of course, it's all government overreach. Now, at the same time, they do point out New York City, the New York's re-elected Democrat governor announced a proposal that would make New York the first state to ban natural gas heaters and appliances in new buildings. Somebody brought that up last night. Who was it? Horsefeather? Somebody. If we're Big Sexy, several of them brought it up. If we're going to ban gas stoves, well, what about furnaces, gas furnaces, and other water heaters? Yeah. So it looks like New York is going that direction. New York City Council already has approved a bill banning gas hookups in new buildings. Okay. And like I said, about 40% of Americans use natural gas stoves to this day. All right, Gilligan, what's happening?
Oh, not much, Steve. Just driving up 220, eating my Reese cups.
There you go.
I'll tell you what. I swear I think this road gets longer from Greensboro to Roanoke every night of driving. It's just crazy. Hey, I've been thinking about this. I'm surprised this ain't been brought up yet. This Congressman, George Santos, up there in New York, they're trying to kick him out of office for lying about his heritage and his education and all that. Did these people forget about how Elizabeth Warren did that same very thing? That they said, that don't matter, that don't matter, that don't matter. You remember how it was? She was a fake Indian.
Well, yeah, Pocahontas, absolutely.
Yeah, remember how she said she was a professor at that university and all that? Remember?
Right.
Come to find out, she barely. It's just right there. That right there is typical hypocrisy. We're saying that they can't go after Trump because they're not going to go after Biden. Well, if that was the case, they wouldn't have went after Trump for doing the same thing, but he was in contact with the Russians over Joe Biden. But people keep voting in Joe Manchin. Joe Manchin is, he stands up. Well, guess what? And then what does he do? He bows down and kisses the ring of the Democrats. But he puts on a good show before he bows down to Chuck Schumer and gives him what he's supposed to, to our minds. I don't know. Well, by the way, did you get my email on the lighter side of things of our newest product, the GMA&B Enterprise?
That's a jewel. Yeah, I noticed the bumper sticker on that car too. That was a Bernie Sanders bumper sticker. How about that?
Yeah. That was our first customer. All of them trailer heads just made of wooden bolts is personally visually inspected by the blind man. Also, on a lighter note, I heard Rambler's call last night. I'll tell you what, that boy better get out of New Orleans. I'm telling you what, he's got to be getting close to getting arrested. I heard him last night about him and Pappy down there smoking on their bones and then going over to the Waffle House and eating up and going over there and hitting the brothel. I tell you what, I'm really worried about them two. What do you think? Thanks for taking my call, Steve, and I hope everybody has the same night.
All right, thanks for checking in. All right, happy Thursday. Coffee up morning, Mr. Summers in the Hot Shot Secret Nation and the great product of Staybill. We've got a mild 44 and some heavy fog. Fort Wayne, Indiana. Looking at maybe 40 degrees, and then we're going to cool off. Some rain and maybe even mixed in with some snow in Sterling Heights, Michigan today. Speaking of semi-trucks hitting a deer, a good friend of mine out in Colorado Springs, a gasoline tanker yanker, took out a big buck yesterday. Cracked the antlers all up, shredded the deer. Did not swerve sideways, hit that deer head on and take care of business. They had to bring him a tractor out, but he lived to tell about it, right? Maintained his lane, right? I'm ready to depart Fort Wayne for Sterling Heights, Michigan. Make that flip back to Fort Wayne. That's Truckin' Phil, Semper Fi. Scarecrow on board. Morning, Scarecrow.
Morning, Steve. Hey, since that FAA thing came out yesterday, the failure of that app or whatever it was, I've been kind of dwelling on and off on how just fragile, our way of life is, given technology and all what it has done for us, how quickly, things can come to a screeching halt. I don't think there's anything that we do these days that can't be affected by interruption, of the technology flow. Heck, I suppose 3-4 years back now, but that was in Menard's home center up our way. The power went out, and it couldn't be checked out. It may have actually been before Christmas because I can see the lines of carts stretching out down the aisles and from customers just abandoning them. We were able to, if we went back to the shelves and got the SKU number, we could bring that up and they could take the information down, and we got what we needed at that moment. But everything that from the power and the food and transportation, that's yesterday's deal. That was just one little indicator of how quickly things can change. For us here. You mentioned a little bit ago about where did those 2 years go? Leading up to your anniversary yesterday. They just blown by. Well, I'm sure you've noticed how you're approaching the 6-0 there. Each year that passes by, time it seems to go a little bit quicker. Right? And take this advice: don't blink more than twice, because you're going to wonder where the hell 2023 went.
Yep.
I was kind of reminded about that. Let's see, that was this past Sunday evening before I headed out for work, I had to purchase an item. Well, generally these days, you do a search quick and automatically it takes you to Amazon, and you go for it. Well, I've caught on that Amazon isn't necessarily the best price that you're going to find on a given item. And you remember the days of this newfangled thing called eBay?
Yes.
Way back. Yeah, way back before there was such a thing as Amazon and such. Well, the whole world seemed to revolve around eBay at one time, and you kind of forget about that. Well, regardless, I placed order, and I forget what it said, delivery, between the 12th and 17th, and I dwelled on that night. Oh crap, that's like half a month away. What was I thinking? Well, here I was still in the mindset of New Year's, and I totally lost track that a whole week had passed by already, and you made note of that just a little bit ago, and you mentioned the 13th coming up tomorrow. You might as well say we're halfway through January already. So even with COVID and all that the last couple of years, the time it's going to blow by here this coming year, Steve. And so yeah, take notes, make lots of memories in the meantime, right? Then one final thing here, at the risk of being called a brown noser now.
Yeah.
Reflecting back last night on Pappy's call there towards the end of the program, you remember he presented that big cookie?
Yeah, Steve Summers got the big cookie.
that was for a special moment. Well, I've started thinking about this, and I'm going to top that here, pal.
Oh.
Rush Limbaugh, he always said he sat behind the gold and EIB mic. Well, Steve, I'm going to make that big cookie golden. So let's consider that the golden cookie that you got for the year, really. I mean, given the trials and tribulations that you and the program are being put through on a weekly basis here, and your feet are kind of put to the fire, pretty regular way. The fact that we're still up and running and growing is evidenced by that new first-time caller at the end of the program last night. There's no end in sight. So consider that my reward or award to there, Steve. Just my little token of gratitude. So that's all I got for you, Steve. We'll work on the Casual Friday coming up.
That's right, Casual Friday the 13th. Cue the Twilight Zone music. Casual Friday the 13th. I'll graciously accept the big golden cookie. All right. And don't forget, for over 60 years, Sta-Bil has been the go-to additive when storing lawn equipment, collector cars, generators, boats, anything sitting around with gas in it for an extended period of time. Sta-Bil Storage keeps that gas fresh for up to 2 years and combats corrosion issues in your fuel system at the same time. Store your engine the right way with Sta-Bil.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, as we say, rounding in third, headed for home down the home stretch. What do you say, horse feathers?
You big, dumb, stupid. Oh, you thought I was going to do it, didn't you? You thought I was going to do it, didn't you?
It happened once before.
Anyway. How you doing this morning, Your Honor?
What's going on?
Just calling to get some quick entertainment here before the end of the show. So I take it the Overnight Drives Steve Summers program here is not sponsored or supported by DraftKings online wagering at all?
No, sir. Not that I'm aware of. Why do you ask?
Well, you didn't do anything to facilitate the wager between Heatwave and Knuckle Buster there on the Cowboys against TB12.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah.
So I can definitely tell that DraftKings has nothing to do with this show. So I guess we're not into the, don't have to worry about the gambling element being involved in the program here too much, unless you're doing it on the slide there, on the backside there, and we don't. We'll just drop that subject here altogether at this point. But speaking of football and that, and I hear in the newscast, and I'm not going to do anything to trying to defend the Pittsburgh Steelers players there and that. But did you hear that EA Sports and their All Madden Football now has to reprogram it so that there's not a CPR celebration in the end zone after a touchdown deal?
No.
Is that a thing? I mean, is that a thing that's been going on? So what the Steelers did that time wasn't really something new and out of the ordinary? Is that been going on? Because I really don't pay any attention to football anyway anymore. But
honestly, that's the first I've ever seen of such thing. I've never seen it before.
Yeah, but as I say, in order to be into a video game, usually they copy whatever is the mainstream thing happening out there, and so that they can be all up to date and look cool and look like they're leading the pack or whatever. But I was just surprised to hear that EA Sports actually had that type of celebration in their video game already for the All Madden Football deal there. But anyway, so whatever happened, I thought the NFL said that there wasn't supposed to be any of these major, celebrations go on. I mean, you weren't supposed to do much more than a high five, or as what's his name there, Bruiser LaRue would say, you go by and give a little squeeze on the cheek there, would be about all the celebratory, and I'd say they probably give each other a kiss, but they'd be wearing helmets and that, so that might be a little difficult. But I don't think they were supposed to do much more than that. So,
right.
So how come all these celebrations are going on? Isn't the NFL? Didn't they have a big crackdown that you weren't supposed to do all that?
I don't know who gets to make the determination. What is an excessive celebration? I mean,
well, it's I don't know. That's what the guy up there in charge is supposed to be determining, isn't he? Isn't he supposed to make the rules for the league and say what can be done, can't be done, and what can be worn on the uniform and can't be worn on the uniform? And if he can kneel for the national anthem or he
Right.
can't. Oh, wait a minute. He never did make that decision, did he? Yeah. Well, maybe that's the problem. Maybe there's poor leadership. Maybe the whole NFL needs to have all new leadership put into it and actually have rules made that, have guidelines that have, that can be followed and understand and be, right and wrong and left and right and black and no, I can't go there. No, I'm sorry. Anyway, but so I don't know. Really not a whole lot other going on. It's been a good show there. Been a lot of information come out there, so appreciate all of Pappy and all that with all his information, and it certainly goes to show that when we see things out here and you try to determine things and you make an opinion about something that goes on and that you don't have all the facts. The public is never in the know of all the facts, so you can't really make a good decision. And how many times have we talked that you just got to sit down and wait a couple weeks and wait for some more things to come out before you can start to know and understand. But Pappy showed it there that the video everybody saw, we only saw half the video. So in order to make a determination, we didn't have all the facts, and it's so many things are that way that we just aren't given the information to be able to make the decision, and that's what the mainstream media wants, is they want everybody to all be on one side, and you don't know all the facts, and all of a sudden everything turns around the other way. But anyways, hey, with that, I guess we'll let you get going there. We got kind of a soggy, dreary morning here around the nation's capital. But we're just getting back up around the 40-degree mark. So, nothing slippery or anything. Just kind of turn your wipers on every now and then. So, but other than that, I guess that's what we got going for you. And watch out for that golden cookie from Wisconsin. I hear there's a lot of fool's gold up there. When they're doing that mining, they dig a lot of fool's gold up. So maybe.
Surely not from Scarecrow. That ain't no fool's gold. Yeah, Pappy was actually able to forward the full video because, like I said, I guess many of the news outlets where they had the video from the diner there in Texas or whatever, they'll show where the robber's going around with the gun, people giving them their wallets and their money and all that, and when the guy that was sitting there that actually pulled his gun and pulled it out, they stop the video before any shooting starts because they don't want to show the violence of someone actually being killed. I guess it was like some sort of a law enforcement or whatever. He sent me the full video, how everything unfolded. And it was very, very quick. 4 shots fired, but then he, again, like you said, he goes over, fires more shots, picked up the perpetrator's gun, boom, to the head. That's different than the narrative that I had seen otherwise. We'll close it out there. See you on Friday the 13th.
Never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. looks better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone.